I now call to order this special called meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It is Wednesday, September 22nd. I'll entertain a motion to enter closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board enter closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11 A1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11 A3, including a discussion of J.M. Thompson Company versus Moore County Board of Education, Moore County Superior Court File Number 21 CVS 1051 and 21 CVS 1052.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We will now enter into closed session with a plan to return for an open session no later than 6:30 p.m. Okay, are we live? I'll now call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. And again, it is Wednesday, September 22nd. This is a special called meeting. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I would ask that we welcome Mr. Andrew Cox, Executive Officer for Budget and Finance, to lead us in the pledge.
Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll ask Board Vice Chair Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my intent to ask that we take a moment of silence when our meeting was set for last week to just reflect on 9/11, as we had just passed that monumental weekend. So I would just ask everybody to take a moment of silence this evening to reflect on our 9/11 date. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to recognitions.
Ms. Crystal Bell, please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front, please. Oh, sorry. Crystal Bell from New Century Middle School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree. Ms. Bell began her career as a centurion 5 years ago, and as she continues to grow as a learner, a teacher, and a leader. Starting out as a student teacher, she now teaches 7th and 8th grade math. Last year, she developed a positive and supportive learning environment that challenged students in a hybrid, in-person, remote classroom. She continues to work with students into this challenging learning environment this year. Ms. Bell has served in multiple roles at the school, including serving on the school improvement team and as a grade level chair. She has established and led professional development for her colleagues and shares with them a passion for engaging, inspiring students for success. Ms. Bell goes above and beyond for her students and her colleagues, and we are very thankful she is a centurion. Would members of the Bell family and Principal Metcalf please stand and be recognized? Ooh.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we got it. Gail Deese from Pinehurst High School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree. Unfortunately, Ms. Deese was unable to attend tonight's meeting, so Principal Phillips will present her award to her later this week. Congratulations, Ms. Deese. Luke O'Donnell from Union Pines High School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Student Honoree. Luke was unable to attend tonight's meeting, but he will attend the October 12th regular business meeting to receive his awards, and congratulations, Luke. This concludes this month's Inspire, Engage recognition. Tell me more.
All right, we'll move now to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Dennison,
Second.
second by Mr. Levy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we will move to public address to the board. Vice Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have several community and public speakers this evening. And I would just like to read a few brief instructions, please. Just to remind everyone that our time is limited to 3 minutes per individual speaker, no yielding of time to other speakers, and no extra time for those speaking on behalf of groups. A clock will be displayed on the screen to allow the speaker to know when his or her time is up, and the speaker is expected to stop at that time. If the speaker has printed information that you would like to share with board members, we ask that you provide your handout to our Executive Administrative Assistant, Sonia Potter, and she will distribute that information to board members. Discussions regarding particular individuals, employees, student records, or other matters which are required to be kept confidential may not be discussed in this open forum setting. The board will allow for a total of 1 hour of public comment and ask that all comments be respectful and civil per ordinary rules of order and decorum. And we received the sign-up, and it got a little wet with smeared names. So please excuse me already up front. If I mispronounce a name, try my best to get it correct. We have Ms. DeGar, Ms. Ashley Carcino, the last name was a bit smeared, and then after that, Tricia Athens. All of you are up to speak. At the podium, please announce your name, and then you can begin speaking. Ms. DeGar.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Grimacy, Chairperson Carter. My name is Ariadne DeGar. I am here to address some things that have been said regarding the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust. I believe it was Board Member Levy who at your last meeting was discussing feeling that the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust was acting in bad faith with Southern Pines and the local government. I just wanted to point out that I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that it was Board Member Hensley who kept asking, where is Southern Pines in this? Where is Southern Pines' support? So now Southern Pines is showing their support. I don't really think you can have it both ways. Additionally, I would like to address many comments that Board Member Levy made regarding the Blanchie Carter Discovery Park. I know Blanchie Carter. I was personally offended by how many times he felt the need to say it's not even really a park, it's a playground area. It's a fairly large expanse of land, and it's a discovery park. So it's not meant to have a bunch of pre-manufactured things on it. It's meant for discovery by children and some adults. Southern Pines' interest in it is for greater Southern Pines. It will benefit everyone in Southern Pines, and Southern Pines got together and paid for it, and many of them helped build it. So I would just like to say that I think it very much is a park. And lastly, I would like to address the deals that were on the table that fell through and say that I really wish you would have taken or would still take our full asking price offer for the land in question because it's just wasting taxpayer time and money to continue looking for a way to just not work with the Land and Housing Trust. The cost of resegmenting, the cost of reappraising different sections of land separate, I think is unnecessary, because what we want to do is something real and something great and something that would benefit Southern Pines and Moore County well into the future. So I ask that you please consider that. Thank you.
Nick.
Hello, I'm Asta Corsino, and I'm a community artist, and I'm back with more artwork. But first, I wanted to just make sure that I left off with what I had finished with last meeting, because I had brought more postcards that I know I left here, but I didn't get to finish reading off a couple other people that really wanted that sale to go through in the entirety. So I'll just read quickly. Jan, my friend from the Artist League, would like to volunteer for the art programs. Pam from the Artist League would like to utilize the respite care programs for her mother. And Dr. Corsino would like to volunteer at the free clinic. Valerie would like to bring her kids to the children's programs and to the park. So that's what I came to advocate for today, is the preservation of the Blanche Carter Discovery Park. So I went ahead and made some nice artwork for you guys again. It says, I want you to save the park. Moore County Board of Education. I crossed it out and wrote bequeath Blanche Carter to Town of Southern Pines. Save the trees and save the play. You can make this so. And then I have a nice sign that says, welcome to the beautiful Southern Pines Historic Blanche Carter Discovery Park. And I'm in the park during the trees. So I think you guys can make this happen for me. Don't make an artist unhappy, okay? I feel like I could call about 20 people right now who would be very excited to go and take their kids to that park and play as soon as it's open for public use. So I want to make sure that everybody makes a good choice here, right? Especially a fellow Pinehurst resident. I know Pinehurst people like our trees, as Mr. Strickland stuck up for us recently. So I'm looking forward to you guys figuring out a way to, number one, get rid of this property. Number two, make some money and get it done. And like I said, save the park. All right, that's it.
Call the next three up.
I got one.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Athens. My 4 children are grown, but I'm a medical professional in this community. I am here because what is happening in the school district is madness. So are you promoting masks to make adults feel better with a false sense of security? Or to be able to say when someone comes down with COVID, you don't have to quarantine because everyone was wearing a mask? The fogging of our glasses is a clear visible sign that masks, even when worn properly, don't stop the minuscule COVID respiratory particles. You are letting local health department regulate medical decisions for our students rather than their parents. Shame on the medical practitioners that stand before you and feed the fear narrative. We need to be prepared to fight the vaccine mandates that are coming for our children, and they are coming despite no recognition of the protection offered by natural immunity, declining levels of vaccine effectiveness, universal understanding that the vaccines don't stop infection or transmission of COVID, almost zero chance of young people becoming seriously ill from natural COVID infection, but a frighteningly high likelihood of acute injury from the COVID-19 vaccine and no long-term data. Months ago, many months ago, COVID vaccine injuries were already higher than the combined injury of all other vaccines in history. There is no chance of achieving herd immunity because this vaccine is leaky and transmissible to animal hosts. The experts and tyrannical leaders are lying to you, with Joe Biden promising to do everything within his power to get the shots in the arms of 5- and 6-year-olds. This should give you chills. Make no mistake, this debacle is all about controlling you and selling vaccines. There's a reason why people are dying from COVID, but it's not because it's so untreatable. It's because federal agencies censored early in-home treatment. Approval of an emergency use authorization for a vaccine requires that there be no effective therapeutics. This, folks, is why all the cheap, readily available therapeutics were viciously maligned. The National Institutes of Health has quietly passed a regulation giving hospitals liability protection if they follow the NIH protocol, which of course prohibits cheap, safe, and effective therapeutics. The most recent Tony Fauci emails obtained through another FOIA request are a must-read. Wow, that guy is so compromised, no one should ever believe another word he says. People are voting with their feet. With continued masking and CRT, SEL, Marxist ideology corrupting Moore County schools, homeschools and private schools are growing rapidly. These families will fight to take their tax dollars with them under your watch. Defunding is real. Stop making our students casualties because you've been fooled by the politicization of COVID-19. Together we can fight this, but we must recognize truth to change course and protect our children. Take these masks off, stop encouraging needles in arms, and get some therapeutics for your medicine cabinet so you can stop living in fear.
Thank you. Teddy Woods,
Excuse me,
Mr. Tom.
Madam Chair,
Teddy,
for these people that can't keep quiet during the thing, if they can't, will we please ask the SROs to have them removed? Because we expect people to be able to hear everything the people are saying, so be quiet during speakers. Thanks.
thank
Same
We'll,
goes-
we'll take
Same
care of that as it
needs to
occurs.
go for, same needs to go for staff here in this program.
Okay. Our next three speakers.
is Teddy Woods, Tom Lasapio. Did I pronounce that right? I'm sorry if I didn't. It's, okay. Rachel Cullen and Christine Potter, if you would prepare to come, please. And again, as you get to the podium, please give us your name.
Betty Woods. Can I take the mask off? I have a strong accent. Nobody will understand me with the mask on.
Yes.
It's an impediment.
Got some writing, I said, secretary be able to give the writing.
Madam Chair, I would,
Hold on just one moment. Is there a guideline through the governor's office about removing a mask to speak?
I'm not aware of any such guideline, no. I would suggest that the guidelines applicable for this meeting be applied equally to all speakers and participants in public comment.
And then we would ask you to keep your mask on, please.
Madam
As
Chair, I'd
they're
object
required
to the
throughout the
consideration
school
of the
property.
chair.
Sir,
I object to the consideration of the chair.
thank you.
I
would
think,
still ask that
are you
you-
asking to appeal the chair?
Correct. That means that we have a vote. That means that you state your case, I state my case, and then we have a vote on the board on your ruling.
Proceed, Mr. Hensley.
Well, you state your case first, according to Robert's rules.
According to guidelines currently in effect throughout the Moore County schools, masks are required of all persons, adult and child, who appear within our school properties. For that reason, and in order to to properly enact this throughout all folks, we would ask that everyone within our room maintain their mask, cross their nose and mouth. And you gentlemen on that second row might want to pull your mask back up as well, such that we abide by school policy as it has been enacted by this school board. Thank you. Mr. Hensley?
I would, as I'm making notes, I would state the following. One is that the governor's executive order specifically permits, as an enumerated right, for speakers as they're standing at the podium to speak. I mean, you see the governor doing it, or you see Ms. Cohen doing it, Dr. Cohen doing it. Secondly, I would say that once again, I'm trying to read my writing here. I can't read my second bullet. But so the first thing is the government executive order allows it. Secondly, we have the American with Disabilities Act to consider. The speaker mentioned that she has a heavy accent and that it's difficult for her to speak with a mask. And I think we have to take reasonable accommodations for people's accents or whatnot. And I know myself, I have difficulty hearing, so it's actually helpful for me to see people's mouths move. So I would suggest that we allow speakers, while they're speaking, to remove their mask.
Madam Chair, there's also one thing I would point out, that our speakers are probably 6 feet socially, if they remain at the podium, they're probably close to 6 feet socially distant from anybody except maybe Mr. Hensley, and he'll accept the danger.
I'll go sit over there.
We would now proceed to a vote to suspend board policy and allow speakers at the podium to remove masks. All those in favor?
I call
please-
for a division of the House.
Let me finish, Mr. Holmes.
Okay.
All those in favor, please vote as I call upon you. Mr. Holmes?
What's the,
The question is, do you want to suspend board policy
Yes.
and allow speakers to remove their mask? Ms. Caldwell?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Levy?
Yes.
Mr. Dennison?
No.
Mr. Hensley?
Yes.
And the chair also votes no. The motion fails. We would ask that you please maintain your mask while at the podium.
I have my mask.
And I'm sorry that your accent is considered a disability by Mr. Hensley.
My accent, no, he's not, now
Out of
we are
order.
making
I'm
things
sorry, we
up.
can't
Madam
hear
Chair,
her.
Madam
I
Chair,
say that
Why don't you
it's
bang-
not
why don't you bang the,
disability. You won't understand me
I'm
because
sorry, we cannot hear the speaker. If that is the way you would like the meeting to proceed, then we won't be able to hear anyone who comes forward to speak.
that was a low blow.
Excuse me, order in the audience.
So you can make comments that are rude.
Excuse me, ma'am, you'll be asked to leave if you continue.
okay. Take
Ma'am,
it.
please proceed.
I'm not here today to list the scientific studies that prove masks don't work. Yes, those masks we have here don't work. You ditch them. You know masks don't stop the spreading of the virus. You know that the children are at low risk of contracting and spreading the disease. If they get the virus, they acquire natural immunity, and you also are aware of the physical and mental consequences that masks cause on our children. Those of you that embrace masks do not have in mind the best interest of personal safety of the students. You associate the facial coverings with the quarantine rules. More masks, less quarantine. Creating a false sense of security, you quarantine healthy children and staff. For the sake of what? This is going to hurt the academics. Those strict quarantine rules imposed in our schools not only do not have a scientific basis, but they are also recommendations. You mandated what CDC and North Carolina Department of Health consider exemption. For instance, are exempted people with disabilities. You also mandated masks even in pre-K. I consider a child abuse. What's next? Inoculating children with experimental drugs. More children than expected have been hospitalized for COVID-19 vaccine. As of September 8, VAERS reported 1,413 cases of myocarditis among the young population. And maybe a 12-year-old that was part of the first vaccine trial is now paralyzed from the waist down. The vaccines don't work. Vaccinated people get infected and transmit the disease at higher viral load than they are vaccinated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the booster that also has been rejected by FDA for ages 16 and up. Now they are targeting our children age 5, 11, and the kids we all know that are not even at risk. You should focus on education, keeping good school standard instead of trying to take our parental rights away. We the parents won't be silent. We won't back down. They are coming after our children. First with lockdowns, closure of school, parks, playgrounds, masks, social distancing, and now by jetting them with experimental drugs. This has to stop. We should rise up against this tyranny. Thanks.
Ma'am,
Mr. Tom,
ma'am,
if you'll
ma'am,
come forward.
ma'am, excuse me.
Ma'am, that is not allowed at this point.
I
We
see
have
that,
another
please?
speaker ready to go.
I couldn't understand you.
I am offering to maybe help her.
Thank you so much. I'll read it later on.
We're fine, thank you.
We'll get copies of it.
I would love to hear what TT just said.
Mr. Tom, if you come forward.
We're ready to move on to the next speaker. Mr. Lesapio.
My name's Tom Losapio. Excuse me, I'm not used to speaking through a mask because I don't wear them. I have no school-aged children in this county, but I feel morally obligated to stand up for their rights. As you can see, I am wearing the typical mask that most of us in here wear. They are cheap. They are flimsy. They get very dirty very quickly. And they are not often washed or cleaned. They're not made to do that. So in wearing my mask, I'd like to tell you that this mask has holes in it that are 500 nanometers in width, an incredibly small piece. But I also want to tell you that the COVID vaccine particle is 125 nanometers in width. I would like someone on the board to tell me how this hole stops this particle from getting through.
It doesn't.
Anyone. Or present some type of research that says these things work. So why are we doing this? Well, now I'd like to talk to a very famous man named Tony Fauci. Please bear with me. In 1983, at the onset of AIDS, Tony Fauci said in the Journal of American Medical Association that there was a possibility that routine contact within a family can spread the disease. He scares the nation into believing that you can contract AIDS without physical contact. However, in May of 1983, in the Journal of Medical Association, Mr. Fauci says AIDS has, in June of 26 of 1983, 2 months later, he tells the Baltimore Sun that it is absolutely preposterous to suggest that AIDS can be contracted through normal contact. AIDS, one of the most devastating diseases we have. And first he says you can pick it up by being in the room with someone, and then 2 months later says, oh no, I was wrong. Now the whole country is panicked. Mr. Fauci believes in wearing these masks. In January of 2000, China shuts down the Wuhan province. Mr. Fauci says to CNN, I can't imagine shutting down New York or Los Angeles. When you shut things down, it doesn't have a major effect. Then Mr. Fauci tells USA Today that the risk from coronavirus in the United States, this is in February 17 of 2020, that the risk of coronavirus in the United States is, quote, just minuscule. Just minuscule. 3 weeks later, less than 2 months.
Thank you. Miss Rachel Collin.
If you'd like to read it.
Members of the board, my name is Rachel Cullen. I spoke to you last week concerning parental consent for medical treatment of minors. My question before you today is the school board willing to take substantial liability risk by doing the job of the health department? It became abundantly clear during the last meeting that those members voting in favor of universal school masking did so under a presumption that without universal masking, quarantines imposed by the health department would shut down in-person learning. I do agree that's not good. If the Moore County Health Department had issued such a policy, this presumption would be founded. However, on research, no such policy exists. What the board seems to have overlooked is the law governing quarantine and isolation. General Statute 130A-145 states that only those who are unimmunized may be subject to quarantine or isolation. It is not a mask that is protecting against quarantine and isolation, it's immunity. The general statute continues to state that HIPAA must still be respected, and the health department should be notified of infection by one of two sources. The school nurse, who is supposed to be funded by the health department and be at every school, or the individual's medical provider, not the principal of the school as stated by Mandy Cohen. On notification, the health director has the duty and legal authority to quarantine, isolate, and contact trace. Legally, the school is only obliged to provide information requested by the health department, class rosters, etc. Lastly, any person subject to quarantine or isolation has the right to challenge the measure in court, and the health director, not the school board, has the legal burden of proof as it pertains to the threat a person poses. How can the health director legally enforce an order or provide burden of proof when they have not collected the evidence on or provided notice to the infected? In taking on the role of the health department, the school board simultaneously promotes negligence within the health department and puts themselves in substantial risk of liability. which will ultimately result in greater risk to the community. There seems to be a problem with delineation of borders, the rights of parents, the rights of schools, and the duties of the health department, even the duty of the school board itself. This is really astounding since Moore County has such low reading and math proficiency rates. My suggestion is that you leave the option of masking to the parents and you leave the obligation of health to the health department where it belongs, and you guys focus on education. Thank you.
Miss Christine Potter.
You'll have to forgive me. This is my first time speaking at this school board, these meetings, and I wasn't thoroughly prepared at first because I thought there were going to be more people to speak, but I decided to step in and speak on behalf of parents. I don't know why you decided to run for the Board of Education or the school board. I can say that I know the reasons for some of you because you've made them clear, whether through radio shows, Facebook pages, comments, or coming out to meet with us who come out here to, I don't think we're protesting, we're just saying, hey, we're parents and we want to be involved in our children's education. So I know I can say some people have made it clear. Others have kept it hidden. You don't speak to us, you refuse to take meetings, you won't even look us in the eye sometimes. I don't find that helpful. My hopeful assumption is that you've had a desire to be on a school board to fight for our children and make a difference in children's education. Education. This would be done by supporting teachers, students, and parents to ensure that the students in our district are assured a top-notch education with a focus on reading, writing, and math, the true foundation of education. But the biggest responsibility and always is and always has been to represent the people by whom you were elected, the people who actually elected you to sit on this board. The parents, the community, the people who have children in your schools. Miss Libby Carter, I don't believe that you do that. I don't know why you are so mad, but I can assure you that being rude and disrespectful to people who have children who are technically under your care is not going to gain you respect. It makes us feel like all you want to do is control us and tell us what we can't do. Not to tell us you're here to take care of our kids' education, not to tell us that you're here to be respectful of what we want as parents, but somehow you want to tell us you're in charge and we don't get a say-so. And I am speaking directly to you because you're the only one who's ever so extremely rude. It is not your responsibility to coerce our children or indoctrinate them. I have only been here a year in Moore County, 1 year. And in that year, I have not seen a good emphasis on good old education. I've seen deep dives into every rabbit hole, distraction, and diversionary tactic. And I definitely have not seen an entire school board who are choosing to represent those who elected you. Instead, you're focusing, and we wanted you to focus on foundational education. I have seen you try to make medical choices for my children, pushing an agenda on their informative brains, making them feel guilty for their familial background, and preventing them from gaining the social skills they need for strong emotional mental growth.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Next, we have Michael Fredel, Shannon Davis, Jody Wilson, Paula Gross. And again, please state your name.
Okay. Hi, I'm Michael Friedel, and I come here before you tonight to challenge the school administration. Right now, our schools are being beaten badly by the charter schools in terms of math and proficiency. When football teams get beat badly, many times you hear the coach say they need to get back to the basics. With that said, I challenge you to go back to the basics and focus on reading and math. To do that, you need to set quantifiable goals. Purge yourself of these controversial surveys. Get all the children functioning at their appropriate level of reading and math, and you will have children who feel very good about themselves. When presenting proposals, you need to quantify what the results you're looking to achieve. Ed Dennison shared with me the proposals to turn 3 grade schools into restart schools. When I looked at the proposals, They included some great things that the teachers and principals did prior to the proposals. But there was nothing about how much Restart would cost or what it would achieve. I asked Ed, what were you expecting? His response was, so we can do whatever we want, just like the charter schools. I also discussed with Ed the goals of the individual schools and how they could not be quantified except for one goal. Ed said that when the board meets in October to set goals, he's going to insist that the goals be quantifiable. I say, why wait? Do it now. Have the schools go back to redo their goals so they're quantifiable for this year. The school administration needs to be challenged in what they present to the board. At the last open meeting, it was obvious that the intent of the administration was to have the board approve requiring masks and did not present a thorough and balanced analysis. They owe it to the board and to the parents to do their job. In ending, I challenge the administration to turn our schools into A-rated schools by managing with quantifiable goals and focusing on the basics. To the school board, I challenge you to force the administration to provide complete proposals, thorough analysis, and begin managing our schools with quantifiable goals. Thanks, and may God bless you and give you the wisdom, courage, and strength to do the right things. Thank you.
Shannon Davis.
I'm Shannon Davis, and I'm running for Moore County School Board. I'm going to piggyback off of him for just a second. It was perfect what he said. He rounded it off that he was praying for you guys to have strength and wisdom. That's exactly what I did the first time that I spoke here 3 months ago. I prayed out loud from this stand for each of you to have strength and wisdom, and God answered my prayer, but not the way that I wanted. You see, I wanted your eyes to be open to the dangerous effects of social emotional learning propaganda that is taking away our children's education and replacing it with division and confusion. I want to read real quick. George Washington said, "It should be your care, therefore mine, to elevate the minds of our children and exalt their courage, to accelerate and animate their industry and activity, to excite them in habitual contempt of meanness, abhorrence of injustice and inhumanity, and an ambition to excel in every capacity, faculty, and virtue. If we suffer their minds to grovel and creep in infancy, they will grovel all their lives." We don't want that for our children. Social emotional learning provides only that. I want you to see that critical race theory is in fact still in our curriculums despite the goodwill efforts that you put forth to keep it out. I want you to set the standards of freedom for our state as you vote on whether or not to make masks optional. I wanted you to focus on our near failing school grades and not our graduation rates. I wanted you to make wise and honest investments with our property so that we could then reinvest in the outdated school buildings in the less privileged areas of our county. So how was my prayer answered? Because it doesn't seem like it has been to me at all. However, I prayed for strength and I prayed for wisdom for you all. Here is my strength and here's my wisdom. These are smart people sitting here. We're not blinded to the things that are happening, and the Lord is providing. It stood out with me on the lawn last week, despite the meeting getting moved, unfortunately. It stood out today, again, in the rain. Some of us are still wet from it, and it's standing up with me now, one by one. We're going to continue to stand. We're going to continue to come. We will be heard through our masks or without them. We're not going away. Knowledge in every country is the surest basis of public happiness, is also something that George Washington said. And one more thing, how much? I have 16 seconds. For if men are to be precluded from the offering their sentiments on a matter which may involve the most serious and alarming consequences that can invite the consideration of mankind, reason is of no use to us. The freedom of speech may be taken away.
Thank you,
dumb
ma'am.
and silent. We may
Jody
be led
Wilson.
like sheep
Chair
to
Carter,
the
I
slaughter.
got
an emergency. I'll be right back.
Paula Gross. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jody Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jody Wilson. Yes.
My name is Jody Wilson. My daughter is in the audience. Could you stand up, please? In Moore County Schools, it says engage, inspire, and succeed. My daughter is engaging. I'm hopefully inspiring her to stand up for what she believes in, and I'm hoping that you guys allow her to succeed. She is one of the, you can sit down, baby. She is one of the students that was on the Cranes Creek Elementary School bus of 70 children getting quarantined. The CDC states that it's 6 feet within 15 minutes. These children are wearing their masks. They're doing everything you're telling them to do. I'm sorry. Okay, so she gets quarantined for 14 days. There's children in the cafeteria crying because they're getting quarantined. Now, backfire 2 years ago, if you would have told these children that they were not having to go to school, they would have jumped for joy. The CDC states that 50% of our teenagers have attempted suicide. Their mental stability is gone under with this mask, with this quarantine, with everything that you guys are requiring them to do. And then what do they get? They get rewarded by the vaccinated children get to go to school. Why? The CDC states that vaccinated people can carry this virus. They state that they can also get the virus. So they get to go to school unpunished because quarantine is punishing. And I will tell you, I watched my daughter do her schoolwork, who is an A student, by the way, and a cheerleader at the middle school. And is anybody even listening? Can I get some time back or anything? Let me go back to this. How many people in here has ever had the chicken pox? Do you remember way back when Mama and Daddy used to take us to whoever had the chicken pox so that we could get it? I will tell you, I am a parent. This is the first time I've ever done any of this. I am so angry that you guys are trying to be our parents to our children. Let them succeed. When she's quarantined at home, you guys are giving her, not you guys, but the school is giving her busy work. She's not learning anything. Let these children succeed. Stop contact tracing. Stop allowing, it's awful. In the quarantine, I just want to make sure that I mention that the school bus driver was not quarantined and was put on a route that with other children.
Thank you. Ms. Paula Gross.
Okay, I'm Paula Gross, and here again, kind of singing the same song, hoping for a different result. 2 years ago, my husband and I moved here to be close to family. We encouraged our daughter to come from Colorado, and we said, the schools are good. Wow. Now, no one could foresee COVID, but I had no idea some of the problems that would come out with the result of this pandemic, so to speak. And just a reminder, you're going to hear it every time, that the school board is supposed to enforce the will of the parents. To whom much is given, much is required. And whether or not you believe in God, you will be held accountable for these little people that are underneath your authority. And we're asking that you really, really allow the parents to do what God has told them they're supposed to do. There is an order, and you are interfering with that proper order. These parents are smart. Make it masks optional, because we're on a slippery slope right now. COVID's not going to go away. It's going to be all these different, my husband and I had it in July. It was strange. We're in our 60s. We're okay. It's not going to go away. We have to live brave lives. I would rather live a brave life shorter than a scared life longer. And I'm going to tell you, this is just the start, because soon this is going to lead to mandatory vaccinations. That is a terrifying thought. I'm not going to be vaccinated. I'm in the high-risk group. The average time from the FDA application to approval of drugs is 12 years. Median time is 10 years. We are going to be making guinea pigs of our children if we let them do this. And if you don't take a stand now with the mask thing, which is just one level of it, you need to gird up, man, because the mandatory vaccination thing is coming. Our president is making people that don't want to get vaccinated the bad guys. If you think it's not going to filter down to you guys and to this level, in 1942, the Germans made people start wearing yellow stars to show they were Jews. I often wondered, how did they convince these people to do this? I mean, it wasn't health related. It was well, I want to move on to something else. But kids are resilient, but we're unnecessarily making them afraid to breathe in the very air they're surrounded with. That's going to have negative emotional side effects. It can't help. I remember having leg aches when I was a little girl, and that was when the polio vaccine was being developed. And at one point, I had growing pains. And they told my parents, we think she has polio. The terror I felt from one false statement from my doctor stays with me to this day. If you think these little kids, I'm about 5 years old, if you think these little kids are not going to be affected, please do the right thing.
Thank you. Next is Courtney Groves. And the next couple of names was smeared by the water. So someone at 5218 Seven Lakes. Le- 5218 Seven Lakes West. E something, it starts with E something.
Edward Morale, maybe?
And then next is someone with a first name of Marge. Marge. Okay.
Hi, my name's Courtney Gross. I get fired up like so many, but I really want to come at you with respect and just implore you to please watch this video and understand that this is not just one case of this. This is widespread, and this is going to continue and get worse. So, sorry for everybody else that can't see it. This is a little person being forced to wear a mask.
Put your mask on. Put your mask on. No, you gotta wear it on, honey.
It's going over his face and his eyes. He keeps pulling it off.
Put your mask on.
The woman keeps putting it back on over and over again.
Yay, Mason! Yay!
He's sad. He's fighting it.
Look, we're gonna keep it right here.
He's frustrated and angry. Doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
Peekaboo, I see you. Keep your mask on. Put your mask back on.
He can't communicate. No.
You gotta keep it to your face so we go outside. There you go. Mason. No, keep it on.
He pulls it off again and again and again and again, over and over again. And it goes on for 1 minute and 41 seconds. And they keep cheering him on every time they force it on him. Okay, so what I want to say is that most people are seeing the truth. Most people look at that and it makes their blood boil in anger and fury because of righteous anger. Because we love our children and we're watching them be abused. We are handing our children over to you to take care of them and to protect them, to love them in place of us when we can't be there to raise them while we're taking care of them by providing for them financially. I am a single mother. I work full-time. I'm the secretary of the board of the PTA of the Southern Pines Elementary, and I involve myself as much as I can, but there's only so much that we can do, which is why we ask you and implore you to please look in your hearts and do the morally right thing for our children. Protect them. Vote to let us have the choice because they are not at harm and we are not. It's our responsibility to do what's right for them. Thank you.
And then after Marge would be Mitch Lancaster, Beth Ann Pratt, Jim Patterson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marge Swears, and I've sent you a number of emails and other correspondences. That was really hard to follow. Heartbreaking what our country is doing to our children, and you all are just sitting there. We have an ED and other educators here. This is an education, you know, hurting children is really very serious stuff, and it's socialistic or communistic, and we all need to take a stand and think about what we're doing to our country, especially our children. But I have this real sincere concern. This hasn't just been the failing schools that you all, maybe not you, Mr. Levy, but others here have been overseeing for a number of years, the failing schools. What do you have to say about that? This is all pre-COVID, too. This has not just been since this silly virus has been in our midst. That over 50% of students in the middle schools, okay, can you comprehend that? 50% in the middle schools are not proficient in math. That's abuse. That's a form of abuse, Mr. Grimsey. I mean, you can't look at it any other way. You're responsible, and this has been going on for years, and you're not doing anything about it. That's a form of abuse, the same as that video of that woman forcing that silly mask on that child who was crying and asking for help. And you just kept sitting back and pushing that mask on him. Now we have failing schools. Where's the other very significant? Over 50% of 8th graders, Mr. Grimsey, are not proficient in reading. That should be your top concern. Proficiency rates of minority students are as low as 7%. So now we have possibility of child abuse and maybe even systemic racism. Because 7% of children that are in minority rates are as low as 7%. How do you sleep at night? Miss Carter, how do you sleep at night? Bob Grimsey, what is going on? You have a PhD. How can you stand that? I'm a nurse. If I had any participation in a patient not being successful, I'm also a nursing educator. If one of my students caused a problem, that would be really on my heart for a patient to suffer the consequences. And you're okay. You're sleeping at night with children not being able to do math or reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lancaster?
Mitch Lancaster. I will. I just want everybody to see my face before I speak. I want to thank you, all of y'all, for coming out and speaking up for your children. It's extremely important. And standing out in the rain and taking the time. I mean, some of us have been out here for 4 hours now. It's super important. And I'll tell you, wherever the camera is, we need more parents to speak up, to be here, to be at the next rally, to change things. So I'd like to talk to y'all tonight about the experts. The experts, everything they say, everything they do is to stop the spread, right? From day one, 15 days to stop the spread. How successful have they been? Where have we stopped the spread? We haven't, right? So the experts have gotten it wrong the whole entire time. Every expert has gotten it wrong. The experts locally, the experts from the state, and of course the federal government. They've gotten it wrong. They have not stopped the spread. So why are you continuing to listen to them? You cite them. You point to them. I know sometimes your hands are tied by some things that the governor does, but I want you to start thinking for yourself. I want to go through some of the things that the experts have recommended and have totally and completely failed. Closing schools, the worst failure so far. Remote learning, the worst failure. The 6-foot rule. It's 3 feet now, right? It was totally made up, supposedly, by a middle schooler. And even I heard this past weekend, it was actually, CDC originally recommended to do 10 feet. Temperature checks. You had your teachers stand out in the cold and rain all last year. It was a total failure. Plexiglass. You've got some plexiglass right here. You think that's stopping it? It's not stopping it. It's ridiculous. Empty middle seats on an airplane. Shutting down gyms. That was extremely healthy for America, wasn't it? How about the one-way arrows in grocery stores? And even you had them in your schools. I know you stopped them this year because they don't work, but that's what the experts said. And masks. How about masks? Where have masks stopped the spread? Where? Point to me one state, one nation. Sweden's here doing, they're filming us. There's a TV crew from Sweden. They don't put masks on their kids under 16. They never did that. And even vaccines are not stopping the spread. So the experts are wrong. So why do you continue to listen to them? If it was anything else, you would have fired them a long time ago. And we shouldn't listen to them. Nobody should listen to the experts. So I encourage you to do your own research, to seek your own counsel, and get rid of these experts. Thank you.
Beth Ann Pratt, and I'm here. As you know, I am anti-mask.
Put your mask on, please.
I will have it up. I am not anti-mask. I am pro-choice. I am pro-science. And,
Ms. Pratt, would you pull your mask up, please?
Can you reset my time, please? Because you're interrupting me. You guys have listened to experts and not evidence. Every single one of you you've been carbon copied, and you know the truth. I have done more research than any of you. You are following experts, not evidence. And that's why you're in a mess with your reading, because you're following experts' opinion and not evidence. How's that working for you? Look at your reading scores. Let me just tell you that I probably am the, world record holder of public record requests, right? And I had questions, and I want answers. And so I went and searched for answers. And you guys know, all of you know this, that the Moore County Department of Health has zero evidence that lockdowns work, that masks work, that quarantine works, which you're not even allowed to do. That's the Department of Health. They have zero evidence. I asked them for a month to come up with something. They showed me the CDC stuff, which is I wouldn't approve it for a 7th grade science project. You know this. I sent it to you. I sent you everything. And zero evidence. But you guys continue to sentence our children with zero evidence. An attorney could not do that. The sheriff would not do that. You need to have evidence. You guys have zero evidence, but yet you like control. You want power. This mask doesn't work. Asymptomatic spreading is a lie. It is the biggest lie. And I can tell you, there is actually research to prove it's a lie. And before 2020, I actually did go to nursing school for a little bit. But tell me or find a study. The onus lies at you, Libby. Find me a study that shows that asymptomatic people spread a disease, spread a virus. You won't find it. We were not scared of people. But you come up with all of these different reasons. The PCR testing is flawed, is invalid. They are skewing our scores. I called every company that Moore County has. I spoke to them. We are running our PCR test between a 34 and a 45, which gives us false positives. You know that. And you quarantine anyways. And then we're doing pool testing, where we take asymptomatic people that don't have it, put all their specimens in one test tube, and send it out and get it tested with PCR rates way inflated. And we get it back. And I've asked Seth Powers, and I've asked the Department of Health, how do we get our case count? How do we get our case count? It's not people who are sick. No one knows. No one can tell me. You need to tell all of us how you get your case count. You're going to be coming up here and telling us.
Mr. Patterson.
My name's Jim Peterson.
I'm sorry, Mr. P. I'm sorry.
I'm glad to hear Beth Ann and all her information. I recently retired, and while I was working, I always just assumed that elected officials just were in a position to do the right thing. But I've been watching, and now I'm starting to wonder. I've been watching you, Philip. So far, what I've seen and heard, you tried to do the ethical, the right thing. Miss Caldwell, I don't really know much about you, but I did see that you're a realtor. And after the things I watched with the Southern Pines Land Trust, I wouldn't use you as a realtor. The lady that spoke first about Southern Pines Land Trust, I don't agree with anything she said. In my opinion, it appeared to be an attempted extortion of the taxpayer of the Moore County school budget. Pam, I don't know anything about you other than you're from northern Moore County. I would like to see more done for the schools in northern Moore County. I drove by High Falls Elementary School, and they're not getting the same treatment as the schools in Pinehurst and Aberdeen. Ms. Carter, this authoritarian attitude and tone, it makes me wonder where you're taking your orders from. I don't know if it's the Democrat Party or someone in Raleigh, or I don't know. Mr. Grimsley, I would be totally appalled if I was on this board and for a while and I heard 7%. That 7%, I'm appalled by it. That would be embarrassing and shame. Mr. Levy, I appreciate you. Seems like you're trying to do the ethical, the right thing, and I've seen you attack quite a bit. I've seen you called a Nazi. Ed, I heard about the panorama and the things that went along with that, those questions. I remember you were saying you didn't care about anything else, you just wanted those surveys done. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. And when I found out the questions that were in those surveys, sexual questions, family questions about kids, I was wondering who's reading those. Are you reading those surveys?
They're not in there.
Mr. Dennison, Mr.
Can't respond.
Dennison.
Oh, excuse
No
me.
responses,
Excuse me.
please.
I should keep my mouth
And
shut.
then I don't know the principal either, but I'm wondering why certain people were so adamant about having those surveys. Mr. Hensley, I appreciate everything you're doing. Most of all, the fiscal responsibility that I've seen you try and give to this board here. Got 26 seconds. Masks don't work. I was trained in Marine Corps in nuclear, biological, chemical defense. If we had a biological attack, a germ, sealed mask, hood, carbon filtration, full suit, carbon impregnated, it wouldn't work for 8 hours. We wouldn't stay in that environment for 8 hours like kids stay with these little cloth masks all day. You get hit with biological weapon, you get out there, you decontaminate. Mask
Thank
won't work.
you. Morzilli, last name? I'm sorry. Lynn Goldham, Joanne Lasapio, and Sherry Locklear. Come on.
Just for the record for everybody, it's Dr. Grimacy. Grimacy. There's no L in it.
And
People mispronounce it. That's the only reason I point it out. I know it's not intentional,
excuse
but
me,
it's Grimacy.
I need to take a medical phone call. Just, it's not disrespect to the speaker, but continue.
I'll wait.
Well,
Go or no?
Yes,
Wait.
yeah, and just again, your name, if you can pronounce your name.
Anthony. All right, so I'd like to speak to you about two things today. Number one, masks. They must be made optional for students based on the parent's decision. To say otherwise goes against common sense and good judgment. Matt Garner of the Board of Health was recently quoted in an interview in the pilot, and he stated that our virus clusters in Moore County schools would be absolutely worse if students were not required to wear masks. Show me the evidence of this. Show all of us the evidence of this. We want to see it. I assume you guys speak to the Board of Health. Why aren't you asking them for statistical evidence that masks prevent the spread of COVID-19 in children in our schools if we have over 1,000 students quarantined right now? Then show me how it absolutely, to quote him, would be worse without masks. The parents of Moore County want to see evidence, not just anecdotal pablum. If the chair, Libby Carter, believed masks worked, then why in the world
is she at the Men's Republican Luncheon meeting last weekend unmasked the entire time. If you are going to force our children to wear masks for 8 hours a day, then why are you not wearing a mask indoors at a luncheon with a portion of the population who is most at risk for this virus? Leading by example must not be your motto. Number two, I find it beyond troubling that you spend time, money, effort establishing a curriculum that teaches first graders their focus must be on inconsequential facts such as the inconsequential fact that some have darker skin color than others. And apparently some look like a banana, some look like dark chocolate, and some look like cinnamon, according to what the curriculum provides for first grade teachers to use in school. This is during civics lessons. This forces children to begin looking at other children differently based on superficial biases. It introduces biases to grow hate, not remove it. Children in the first grade hate two things: bedtime and broccoli. There's no place in our schools anyway for any of this. However, it's definitely not a place in our schools when you're failing to teach them how to read, write, and do math. If half of your students in elementary school are not proficient in reading, and 50% of your middle schoolers are not proficient in math, I suggest two things: a focus on reading and a focus on math. And when it comes to civics, teach them that the very thought of this country being born in freedom led Nathan Hale to state moments before he was to be hanged, "My only regret is that I have but one life to lose to my country." Please do not continue putting masks on our children and change this curriculum. This is not good. Can I give this to you guys or no?
Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
my name is Lynn Goldhammer. I'm from Pinehurst. I'm retired Coast Guard and Navy. And when I was stationed in Seattle, I met a guy who bought his house in 1998 for $98,000, and 4 years later it was worth $450,000. It quadrupled in 4 years. When I retired to New Jersey in 2007, I saw a house I wanted to buy. It was sold in 98 for $108,000, and 10 years later it was $400,000. I moved here and bought my house about 5 years ago, and since then the property values have about doubled in this area. Incomes aren't increasing, but the cost of housing is. And this is what happens when the developers come in and start buying up everything and changing the area. So I have a concern about developers getting their hands on the Southern Pines Elementary School, because if they start developing that area, they're going to price the current residents out of home ownership or rentership in that area. Just even in Pinehurst, Elmore Furniture, the reason they closed down, their rent was doubled. A friend of mine had a modest little apartment in Southern Pines, left it about a year ago. 1 year later, it's $500 a month more. And now I'm seeing homeless people around. So if the developers get that property, they're going to start buying and flipping the houses and putting other things in. And before you know it, the predominantly black population there will not be able to afford to be there. And they'll be offered money saying, "Oh, look, you paid $50,000. I'll give you $100,000 for that." And they think, "Wow, this is great. I'm making so much money." But you can't buy another house for under $300,000 now. So they're going to be completely priced out of their neighborhood. They'll be priced out with of rent. They'll be priced out of taxes. So I think one of the worst things we can do is really develop that area and basically destroy the neighborhood. I think there are several things that could be done with that property. One thing that comes to mind is, look at all the parents here. Why don't we turn that into a place for homeschooling, where the parents can team up and work together? I don't have kids, but I'd volunteer to be part of it, and we could homeschool there. Another possibility could be for trade schools. We need trade schools. It gives the people an opportunity to not take on $100,000 in debt for education and be able to get out there and do jobs that can't be outsourced, like plumbing, electrical, etc. It could also be turned into a center where artists can rent spaces and be able to work there at an affordable price. There's so many opportunities that would benefit we, the tax-paying people of Moore County, rather than some developers from who knows where who want to make a lot of money off of that area. So I'd encourage other opportunities.
Thank you. Ms. LaSapia? Yes, ma'am.
I am Joanne Losapio. Those parents watching this meeting from home, I urge you to get involved. It's time for you to fight for the future of your children. Ms. Carter, I would like first to say that the manner you treat the people that you work for is unacceptable. Please resign. Mr. Dennison, you loudly proclaimed the graduation rate in Moore County, yet the reading and math proficiency rates in schools and grades throughout the county are extremely low. How can you claim to care about the children? Isn't it your job to make sure students are educated? Please resign. Yes. On the subject of masks, children cannot possibly learn to their greatest potential with their nose and mouth covered. Unmask the kids so they can see and connect with their teachers and peers. Masks do not protect us claimed, but if parents want their children to wear them, they should be optional. And quarantining healthy kids is absolutely ridiculous. Ask yourselves this question: why are so many parents pulling their kids out of Moore County schools to homeschool? If you don't want to work for us, resign.
Locklear and Chris Steiner and James Longacre. Come on, Ms. Locklear.
Hello, my name is Sherry Locklear, and you talk the maskers. You wouldn't let the lady take hers off to speak, and we're what, 6 foot, 7 foot away, but yet you're 3 foot away, and you steady taking yours off and drinking drink. How rude is that to her? And you sitting there pulling it up, drinking out of it. What's the use of having it on? Then you got us, the ones that made this. We happen to walk all the way from the highway up here, get soaking wet, standing out here, when this is our place. Yeah. Our place. And then to top it all off, I had to come through a metal detector. How much did that thing cost? But yet we couldn't buy a sign to put at the elementary school saying that there's a school zone there. And y'all said there was one wreck, nobody got hurt. Now, ma'am, 5 wrecks in 10 days. One child did get hurt. The problem is she didn't call until the nurse called the mother. So y'all need to look at that. Y'all can buy that metal detector, but y'all can't put a sign up there for a school. Think about it. This is our place. And you sit there and you just put people down like we're trash. Do you not realize how you talk to people? We respect y'all, try to help y'all, try to get y'all to help us to educate our children. Is what we do. Yeah, we might get a little ornery every now and then because y'all won't listen to us. But like the gentleman said, look what his child is doing in school. Did y'all even know about that? Have a nice day.
I'm gonna do this, and I suggest everyone in the room to do the same. Take it down.
Sir, please.
No,
Sir,
ma'am, you will
you're out
not
of
quiet
order.
me. I'm
You're out
not
of
violating
order.
any laws.
Sir.
I'm not violating any laws, and you are violating procedural amendments of this board. You are not allowed to
ask
engage with
that
me.
you,
So
that all
here's my
people
speech.
within
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
room
my
wear
name
a
is Chris
mask,
Steiner.
and we would ask that
I'm
you
a
do
veteran
so
of the
as
United
well.
States Army. I've served
Chief
for
Fry,
almost
I
10
have
years.
cautioned this gentleman,
I was medically
and we would
discharged
ask
and
that
medically
he
retired
cease speaking and cooperate with us.
So the chair may direct.
I haven't done anything illegal, sir.
Chair Carter, you may direct someone to leave and request that someone leave for not following orders of
And I have done
decorum.
so. I have asked that he leave.
Out here, but we can talk peacefully about this. If we can. Can I please grab my stuff? I'm not being aggressive. I'm not being anything like that. I'm speaking very politely, telling him
Thank you,
that
sir.
I have to get my jacket, my phone. Please don't touch me, sir. I haven't done anything. The Constitution of the United States, of which I hold in my hand, something of which you're supposed to uphold.
Ms. O'Keefe, could you weigh in here, please, about procedure?
Yes, you've directed someone to leave in accordance, and you've. So at this point, you can certainly ask for law enforcement to escort the gentleman out. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Longacre?
Let me start by saying that I wish my time and others here tonight would have an impact on your decision for our kids' masks. But I know, just like the last time I stood up here, the decision was already made. You'd already had your response couched, cocked, and ready to go, no matter how many of us got up there and opposed what you were going to dictate to our children. You have failed to provide any actual medical evidence that support any of your tyrannical mandates that you're trying to push on us. If your children, if you have children, you would not want me telling you how to raise your children and what to do with your children. I've warned you before when I was up here last time that your days on the school board are numbered if you continue to not listen to those of us that are in here, to those of us that show up every time, no matter how much you try to limit our exposure and the ability to talk at these events. For every website that you show me that has cases, I can provide you at least 5 medical workers that can confirm that these cases are not actually cases, and they're numbers are being manipulated. For every school employee that support these tyrannical mandates, I can give you 4 teachers and other school employees that are not allowed to speak out for fear of retribution from their direct school leadership and folks on this board. My daughter cries almost every night before she goes to bed because she has a hard time breathing in her mask. Lawsuits coming. And she cannot see her teacher's face or other children's faces. My son was sleeping the other night, was rubbing his face on my wife's arm. My wife asked him, and instinctively, without even waking up, he said, "Mom, the mask is making my face itch." The fact that you have done this to my son and imprinted him at the age of 6 is scarring him for life. You are all liable for this, despite your best efforts. I think I can speak for most parents in the room that would say I would do anything to keep my child safe. That includes protecting them from feckless elected officials. I consider myself a sheepdog. If you do not know why a sheepdog is important, I challenge you to take a few minutes, look it up, and understand its importance and value in the world. Lastly, I will close with, if you would like to increase your daily vitamin regimen to 5,000 IUs a day of D3, vitamin C 1,000 milligrams 3 times a day. If for some reason you feel yourself sick, try increasing to vitamin D3 5,000 IUs 5 times a day for 10 days, vitamin C 1,000 milligrams 5 times a day for 10 days, 1 teaspoon of honey, yes, believe me, 3 times a day, and finally 1 teaspoon of black cumin seeds twice a day for 10 days. If you need the studies to support this on the medical side, I'm happy to provide them.
Madam Chair, we have 4 individuals that have signed up for a telephone call-in. We will begin with Mr. Howell. Okay.
Telephone call in.
Mr. Howell, you will probably want to stop the stream.
Mr. Howell.
Are you ready to speak, sir?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Howell?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, you're live with the Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. My name is Bob Howell. I live in Southern Pines. I don't need to reiterate all of the arguments, justifications, and values that support selling the entire former site of Southern Pines Primary School to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust. The educational, cultural, and financial benefits to the residents of West Southern Pines and all citizens of Moore County are the same today as they were last month and last year and the years before. So what's different now? Well, since this board voted in August to enact a quote, compromise solution that offered only a portion of that site to the trust, claiming that so much more than the appraised value of the property could be raised through welcoming other bids, it's become clear that last-minute reports of more lucrative proposals waiting in the wings were more like rumors than good faith offers. On the other hand, the trust has demonstrated its responsiveness to the board's August offer, its integrity and professionalism in negotiating with the board's representatives, and now its willingness to pay the property's full value as determined by the appraisal commissioned by the board earlier this year. As concisely summarized in the description of this issue from this evening's agenda, this option, that is, selling the entire property to the trust, would forego the possibility of obtaining more than $685,000 net for the sale of the entire site, but would obviate the need to address the boiler issue, hire a real estate broker, or survey and subdivide the park. It would also be consistent with the board's December 2019 resolution and represent the quickest path to closure. End of quote. This has always been the right thing to do. Now it's the most lucrative and most efficient thing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Ms. Tanya Arnett.
Ms. Arnett? Hello, is this Tanya Arnett?
Hello, yes.
Yes, you're live with the Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tanya Arnett. I'm calling to ask to make masks optional. Why are we basing the mask mandate on quarantine requirements versus whether or not they are effective at reducing the spread of COVID? The recent large increase of COVID cases at schools prove that masks are ineffective for this virus. Why are we still applying the same safety measures when obviously they are not working? You cannot claim that the spread would be worse without masks unless you try a month without them. This is clearly a case of governmental overreach and ineffectiveness. You just want to feel like a good citizen by following orders from above versus actually trying to solve the problem. Consult with a virologist who will give you better advice versus a politically motivated pediatrician. I want my child to have in-person learning, but not at the expense of long-term psychological and physiological effects. There are currently over 1,000 students under quarantine, so this unsuccessful mask mandate is not even effective at keeping the students in school either, which is what a board member told me was the goal of this mask mandate. Now, there are numerous studies about the dangers of long-term masking, as well as the ones showing that mask mandates have zero effect on hospitalizations in the local community. Be brave, try something different. You spent over a year trying to control this virus and have failed. Stop holding our kids hostage. Make masks optional. These are not your kids, they're ours. And that's it.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Lowell Simon.
In the local community. Be brave.
Yes. Mr. Simon, you probably want to stop the stream. Mr. Simon, are you there?
I'm with you, Ken.
Yes. Could you
I am?
proceed? You have, you're live. You have 3 minutes.
Oh,
Live now?
Yes, you're live now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Tanya.
Hello?
Hello.
We've got some crossed lines here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I had to remove the other caller. Thank you.
This is Lowell Simon.
Go ahead, Lowell.
You ready for me, Ken?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. It has been almost a year since this board was constituted.
and you've now entered the second school year under your direction. In your public meetings, you've listened to fights about a curriculum that doesn't exist, standards that haven't taken effect, property values of land that remains unsold, lawsuits, cover-ups, indoctrinations, and have had the Constitution read to you. Now you're considering taking on the First Amendment. You've drawn partisan lines for a nonpartisan board, lobbed insults, made accusations, and thrown temper tantrums. What you have not done is improve our schools. Misters Hensley, Holmes, and Levy made campaign promises to make all of our schools A and B rated, yet they haven't presented a single new idea or program to the public. The few proposals they have made have been regurgitated right-wing talking points. As a board, you've spent too much time fighting over issues that have little to do with improving education. You've spent more time debating the difference between a point of order and a point of information than how to recruit and retain good teachers. It seems that the big battles are over. Liberals and conservatives have won some and lost some. Race theories, real estate deals, mask mandates, and county budget structure have mostly been decided. Now it's time to get on with the work of education. Your mandate does not include protecting First Amendment rights of citizens, nor functioning as real estate moguls. And it's a good thing, because you failed miserably at both. With regard to maximizing property returns, you've proven to be amateurs acting as experts. This board has demonstrated a lack of knowledge about real estate law, environmental diligence, property values, and plain business basics. Clearly, you need to get out of this hobby as quickly as possible. As for extending public comment time, let me quote Mr. Hensel. It's a sad day when a public body, anybody, but specifically the Moore County Board of Education, votes to ignore their own policies, end quote. Board Policy 1326 limits public comment to 2 30-minute segments. If Mr. Hensley truly believes, as he claims, that he has a duty to not just follow policies, but to set an example for students, parents, and staff, let him begin by demonstrating that his words have meaning. In the meantime, let's remember that you have only one mandate, and that's to effectively and efficiently educate Moore County children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Next is Samuel Kearns.
For the gentleman that has the bag over his head, I just want to say, I tried that once, but I used a plastic bag and I never thought to cut holes in it.
Is that Mr. Kearns?
Yes, Mr. Kearns, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're live with the Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Samuel Kearns. I'm a 1982 graduate of Pinecrest High School. I'm a retired United States Marine and a retired firefighter from the state of South Carolina. I have been working for you for the last 3 years as a bus driver. Dr. Grimacy, one thing that has become apparent in the last 4 weeks is that our children are coming to school sick, and 6,000 of them are being transported to and from our schools on our buses. We are the first to have contact with them in the mornings. Our children are getting sick on the bus. They're coughing, they're vomiting. Sometimes they sit there for an hour and never say anything to indicate that they don't feel well. But then before they get off the bus, they'll say, Mr. Sam or Miss Beverly, I don't feel very good. In 4 weeks, we have had 398 students and 46 staff members COVID positive. We have had 1,745 students quarantined. 974 students are quarantined right now. And just like Mr. Garner said, can you imagine how big that number would be if we were not wearing masks? In the fire department, we use what is called a risk analysis. We risk a lot to save a lot, or we would risk a little just to save a little. I know the masks are hot and uncomfortable, but if there is even one small chance that they will keep us from catching COVID and taking it home to our loved ones, I think it's worth the risk. All I want is to do my job as safe as possible. But I cannot do that unless you require masks on the school buses until these numbers improve. Let us go home to our children and grandchildren who are too young to take the vaccine and not worry about passing COVID to them. Now, I am not the spokesman for the bus drivers of Moore County. I am just a bus driver speaking. But I know a lot of them feel the same way as I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Madam Chair, that ends our participants who have signed up for public speaking.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. We'll now move to board action. Our first item is the proposal to seek community feedback on the administration of student surveys. Dr. Grimacy.
I will invite Dr. Locklear to come forward and Dr. Powers as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy. On September 7th, at the work session on September 7th, Dr. Powers and myself presented to you a proposal for us to put the SEL survey and school climate survey out for public input and to get that input from my parents. We'll come back tonight to see if you have any questions about that, present that for your recommendation. Based on the changing date of the official business meeting, we'll be bringing that proposal and that information back to you about the surveys to your November 1st board work session. And we'll be sharing any parent community feedback that we receive with the board at that time. So Dr. Powers and myself are certainly available for any additional questions if you have.
All right, is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead. Mr. Dennison.
I move that we approve the proposal to seek community feedback on administration and student surveys.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
A motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. The floor is open for discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Levy.
Yes, just to clarify something, I believe you told it to us in the business meeting, but I want to make sure that I've got it correctly. There are two social emotional learning entries on our agenda. You know what I'm talking about? And then there's one school climate culture. Do you understand what I'm talking about here?
We have a social emotional learning survey that's divided. There's a couple different ones for different grades.
Yeah, one is right. There's two parts. One is what you guys did, and one is what Panorama. You took it from Panorama.
It's all from Panorama. The SEL survey is all from
Oh, it's SEL. Now, you told us, and I want to make sure I'm right, that the SEL survey is not anonymous, or what portion of it is not anonymous?
The student supports and environment portion is not anonymous. The SEL competencies portion is, the SEL competencies portion is not anonymous. The
Right.
supports and environment portion is anonymous.
The supports, and which one is that? In other words, there are two entries, the first social emotional learning, the second social emotional learning.
Growth mindset and social awareness are,
Okay. Now,
are not anonymous.
Now, those things which are not anonymous, you said that information will go to Panorama even though it's not anonymous, correct?
Panorama houses the data.
Okay. Well, let me drill down a little bit farther. Does Panorama have access to the data? Now, they may have it on a server somewhere, but does Panorama have access to the data of individual students which are not anonymous?
It's my first of all, as I noted from the previous in the work session, in any situation that we have an agreement with a vendor or a contractor where there's any personally identified information of students, we work with that contractor based on federal law, FERPA, and make sure that is taken care of through the contract that we have with that vendor. They are required to follow FERPA and to follow certain requirements when we do that. To answer your question, they house the data. We've actually had some situations where we may have wanted to access some individual student data or remove it from the server. They send that information to us to go in and to find that student information, remove it, and then we send the file back to them. So that's how that relationship works.
So my concern is actually this. Panorama, which I believe to be an extreme left-wing organization, has the personal data of our students, including identifiable data, correct? Am I correct?
Yes, it has the student data, but it's not personal. They put that on, they house our data. If we want to remove or access individual data, they usually send that back to us and we pull it from that. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to explain why I'm going to vote against the proposal, because I want this to go out, obviously, to parents. I don't care that it goes out to parents. I think parents see it. It's fine. The parents can see anything. They can see it on our website. But I don't believe a whit that we should ever give Panorama or anybody other than Moore County Schools anything on our children. So that's the reason for my voting no, and that's just my situation.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. This item is just so you see with the surveys. You can look at the surveys, you'll have an opportunity to respond, read every question on the survey, and just let us know which one, if you feel there are certain questions there that are not appropriate, let us know. This is not whether we're going to give the survey or not. Before that happens, it'll come back to the board again, but we want to get your responses on how you feel about the survey and any questions you have about any of the questions on there.
I don't think they really want to do that.
Don't want to do what? Don't want to see the survey? Yeah, they want to see the survey, sure.
But we're not giving you our kids' information.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you look at the
I'm
survey and
sorry,
see
I'm
what
sorry.
information we're
Mr.
requesting.
Dennison.
Nope.
Mr. Dennison, at this point, let's return to what the actual motion is, such that we clarify that for all board members and members of the audience. The motion is to approve of the proposal to seek community feedback on the administration of student surveys, which means that these surveys would be posted on the county website along with a portal, it's called, for parents or community members to respond and give their feelings about the survey. So what we're doing is providing you with all of these questions such that you would have opportunity to weigh in. Mr. Hensley, did you have comments?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair. The first thing I'd like to clarify something, and that is the youth risk behavior survey is not included in this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and just so everyone's aware, generally speaking, the most, what a lot of people perceived as the most offensive and egregious questions and intrusive questions were in the youth risk behavior survey, and that is not in these proposed surveys. So I want to clarify that. A couple observations, and this is just so you all know my thoughts. I share Mr. Levy's concerns about information stored at Panorama. The points he made is valid, and I would just add one more. This information, which is stored at Panorama's site with student identifying information for at least some subset of the questions, that will be there forever. And that information, whether Panorama eventually sells it or it's disclosed through some sort of hacking attempt or whatever, if that information is leaked or hacked and becomes publicly available, that information will follow those children who are in our care for the rest of their lives. And I don't recall us getting permission from the parents to give that information to a third party. When the central office came before this board and talked about buying Panorama survey software, which I voted against, by the way, one of the justifications was we can survey our faculty, staff, students, and parents. I don't see any questions here for parents. Why are we not surveying the parents as to what they think? We're asking first graders, second graders, and third graders these questions. They probably much more appropriately ask of their parents. So when we when this board, not with my help, but when this board voted for Panorama software, part of the equation was we're going to survey parents, but I don't see any parental surveys on here. And then finally, my last point, and this is a point that Mr. Levy made last meeting, and I want to echo here, is that some of these questions are borderline medical and psychological type questions that lead to us providing medical and psychological services. As Mr. Simon pointed out, our focus is education. Our focus is not medical or psychological services. Once we get our education right, once I see A and B rated schools across the board, maybe then we can talk about mission creep. Maybe then we can talk about additional services. But until then, I vote no. So anyway, those are my thoughts that I share with the public and my fellow board members on these surveys.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson or anyone on this side? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to the motion. The motion again was to approve the proposal to seek community feedback on administration of student surveys through a parent portal developed on the website. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Two nays.
Me and Bob.
Okay, and Mr. Hensley, how did you vote?
I vote, I turn my microphone on. I am, to be clear, I am good with this proceeding for parental and public input. So I support the motion for it to proceed to public input.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries 5-2. All right, we now move to the next item, the disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property.
Madam Chair, I'll invite Mr. Barath to assist the board with items B and C.
Good evening, Chair Carter and board members. The first topic tonight is the Aberdeen Elementary School property. You'll recall that we had a discussion, presentation about this at your work session. As a part of that discussion, the town of Aberdeen at that time had not submitted an offer for the property as had been requested. I do want to draw your attention to the bottom of the first page executive summary, where I give you the update on what has happened since then. On September 8th, the town of Aberdeen did submit the attached offer for the purchase of the property in the amount of $853,000, as is in a cash closing within 90 days from the execution of a purchase contract. The offer stated that it will expire on September 18th should the board not accept it by then. Given the board's adjournment last week of the scheduled meeting, it would not have been possible for the board to meet the town's deadline. Following that meeting, Chair Carter contacted the mayor to explain the situation, and as noted in the attached revised offer letter, the town did reconfirm its offer and extended its deadline to the board to accept it to October 1st. With this, at this juncture, staff requests direction from the board as to its preference to the following options. Option 1, accept the offer to purchase the old Aberdeen Elementary for $853,000 and to authorize the superintendent and the board attorney to work with the town to present a purchase contract to the board for consideration at its October 4th work session. 2 is the option for the board to make a counteroffer to the town. 3, resume the upset bid process as authorized in the previous February 10th, 2020 resolution and work with the district's real estate broker to aggressively promote the property with the goal of bringing an offer to the board to consider at its December 6th work session, or 4, any other such approach as the board may decide is appropriate. This is just the update to what's been presented to you at the work session. A bit of new information there, and so I'm available to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Barath. The chair will now entertain any motion.
Board Chair, I authorize our board superintendent and board attorney to go into negotiations with the town of Aberdeen.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, motion by Ms. Caldwell, second by Ms. Thompson to enter negotiations with the town of Aberdeen. The floor is open for discussion. Mr. Levy?
Yeah. And let me explain to you why I may be even the lone no vote on this. I believe that our schools should remain with us. One of the speakers said that, look at all the things that we could do with these schools. And I think one of the things that we can do is I see coming down the road, pre-K. Now, I'm not necessarily in favor of the government in Washington having universal pre-K, but I know it's coming. But at the very least, I know that Pinecrest High School is overcrowded. I know that we're going to need to reduce our class sizes, and we're growing in this lower part of the county. So I believe that we should retain the school, keep it, and hopefully use it to both lower class size by bringing in more teachers and fewer students per class, as well as working to uncrowd some of our overcrowded schools like Pinecrest. So that's the reason why I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Other comments? Mr.
Madam
Dennis?
Chair, I think, as a point of order, I think we probably should include that the price for that is going to be $853,000 that I do not think was included in the motion.
Is that acceptable? Okay. Other comments? Mr. Hensley?
As a follow-up to Mr. Levy's question, I have a question for the superintendent, if he knows, or whoever can answer it. What is the core capacity of Pinecrest? Does anyone know off the top of their head?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Barath on that, yeah.
I will use this as approximation now. It's 1,600. It might be just under that, but that's a good number to go from right now.
For the core capacity?
For the core capacity.
And how many students are enrolled in Pinecrest?
22.
I believe it's like 2283 or something.
Dr. Locklear, as of today? 2,100.
So 500. So it's exceeding its core capacity by a third. And the reason I ask is Mr. Levy suggested that perhaps the old Aberdeen Elementary could become a satellite campus for Pinecrest. I believe that's
exactly what I said.
I was good with Ms. Caldwell's motion until we stated the price. I think that if we empower the attorney and the superintendent to negotiate, I think that price is part of the negotiation. So I think that we give, I believe the original motion, that we give them the authority to negotiate. And then they come back and report what the negotiated settlement is. Maybe it's higher, certainly won't be lower, and then we can vote on it at the next meeting. I don't understand why we would handcuff ourselves.
Other comments? Okay, I believe because the motion has been made and seconded, it cannot simply be withdrawn. It has to be voted upon. And then, and if defeated, then no, because it's been made and seconded. Mara?
So the maker can modify the motion. So
Okay.
my recommendation would be we modify the motion.
Okay.
I'm just going to go back to what I said earlier, was to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to go into negotiations with the town of Aberdeen.
For the purchase of the old Aberdeen Elementary
Yeah, I'm sorry,
campus. Yeah.
Aberdeen Elementary.
Yeah, okay. And Mr. Dennison, is your second stand?
Oh, did I
Or-
second?
Yeah, was it yours? I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. Okay, then your
Yes.
second stands.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is back to the original statement, which is to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to work with the town for the purchase of the old Aberdeen Elementary campus. All right, now, is there further discussion on this motion? Mr. Holmes, you looked at me like you were going to say something.
No, I was ready to
Okay.
vote.
Okay, all right. All right, at this time, then, seeing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Holmes, do you seek division of the House, or?
No.
Okay. All right.
And
All right,
may I just clarify one
Yes, ma'am.
thing, Madam Chair? Just want to ensure, so the superintendent and board attorney have authority to move forward. If and when they bring back the same number, the board may have the same options or additional options. I just want to make sure that's clearly understood. You're not authorizing us to go back with a specific counter to the offer that has been made.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. All right, all those in favor of the motion to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to negotiate with the town of Aberdeen for the purchase of the old Aberdeen Elementary School. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Wait,
We're gonna have to do division
it's
of the
7 to
House.
7, it's a tie.
It sounded like it.
For and 7 against.
I think we're gonna have to go with division of the House there. Mr. Holmes?
I vote no.
Okay, no. Ms. Caldwell?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Levy?
No.
Mr. Dennison?
No.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes, so the motion carries 4-3. All right, we move now to the disposal of old Southern Pines Primary School property. Ms. Barath, you still have the stage.
Thank you, Chair Carter.
Wait, Madam Chair. I voted in the majority. I would like to reconsider the question.
I believe, Madam Chair, that's a motion to reconsider. He was on the,
That's certainly fine, yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing to say. I just think that we start voting again.
All right, I mean, so you don't have any discussion
I
to
don't have
add?
any more discussion. I'd just like to reconsider the motion.
All right, so we'll be voting again on the motion, which was to authorize the board superintendent and attorney to negotiate with the town of Aberdeen for the purchase of the old Aberdeen Elementary School.
Madam Chair,
campus.
just a point of order. Are we voting on the motion again, or are we voting on the motion to reconsider?
Mara.
Bear with me one moment while I consult my book.
I'll give you a hint. You vote first on the motion to reconsider, and then you vote on the,
All right, so then we will proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. All those in favor of reconsidering the motion that was just passed to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to negotiate, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes nay. Motion fails 6-1. I mean, sorry, passes 6-1. Wow, that was good. Yeah.
I was
A lot of
stunned that
power
I'm
on my
saying that I
part.
correctly.
All right, so we will proceed to reconsider the motion. Does it need to be remade? The motion,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay. All right, so Ms.
Okay,
Caldwell?
let's do this. To authorize our superintendent and board attorney to go into negotiations with the town of Aberdeen for Aberdeen Elementary.
Ms. Thompson, does your second still stand?
Second, yes.
All right, so the motion has been made and seconded for a second time. Mr. Hensley, are you wanting to say something this time?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair. So I guess my question is, for those who voted against the motion, so the motion's defeated, so what are we going to do? So I
No,
know-
we're now voting again on the motion. If you vote along.
Mr. Levy, I understand that. My question is, if we vote, if Ms. Caldwell's motion fails, and we're not going to enter in negotiations with the town of Aberdeen, my question for the people who voted no is, okay, so then what motion are you going to put forth? I know Mr. Levy's going to put forth a motion that we keep it. So, I assume. So, what, if you voted no, what's the plan?
Well, the plan is, you don't have to put forth yet another motion. I would simply hope that our next business meeting, perhaps Dr. Grimacy will have a plan, or will come up with some alternatives, or his staff will come up with some alternatives for the school, and that we can discuss those alternatives, which might include a satellite campus at Pinecrest. Clearly, we'll have to discuss the costs and all sorts of things involving that. But this gives us a start. This is a fantastic start to getting lower class size, and to agree with Mr. Simon, which I think I just heard him fall over. Yeah, we gotta talk about education.
Let me make a point if I could. I had a conversation with the superintendent, Dr. Grimacy, no L, right? Dr. Grimacy. I had a conversation with him several months ago, and I asked him, Pinecrest is overcrowded. It's the elephant in the room that everyone's ignoring. That's not what I told him, but I asked him, I said, what does a new high school cost? Because I'm thinking, we'll just build a new high school, because my daughter's just graduated. I believe the answer was $100 million to to build a new modern high school.
From ground up, it's not out of the question, particularly with recent cost escalation.
Right, you got ball fields and
Ball fields,
football
auditoriums,
fields and
fully turnkey, fully loaded.
you build a
It's not unusual.
Texas-sized football field, and you're up to 120 million, 150
Well,
million.
let's, to replicate what we have at Pinecrest right now with John Williams Stadium and whatnot, easily you could be in that ballpark between 80 and 100 million.
Right. So the reason why I bring that up is I had not thought of it before Mr. Levy brought it up today, preserving that as maybe a satellite campus. It's not the first time Mr. Levy's brought that up, but it's the first time I've really thought about it in context of that. And if Pinecrest is 30% overcrowded, and assuming that's increasing, maybe we ought to look at that. And I don't know the suitability of it, but the idea does have merit. Now, the other thing I would say is it doesn't mean we can't do the two things in parallel. It doesn't mean that we can't enter into really good faith negotiations with the town of Aberdeen, and then maybe subsequently internal, kind of the superintendent can toss it around with his staff and come back and say, no, bad idea, or come back and say, yeah, unless somebody wants to write a check for $100 million, that's probably our only alternative. Anyway.
All right. Anyone else who voted no want to answer Mr. Hensley's question about what your other proposal would be? All right.
Well, yeah, I was the second one.
Mm-hmm.
So we're really they're not making any land anymore. And I share Mr. Levy's view that we do need to keep the school.
All right. One of the things we must remember, though, in talking about repurposing these buildings is the current state of those buildings, which were deemed, I won't say beyond repair, but in need of very, very great repair if they were to be continued in use as an elementary school. So, it's good to talk about repurposing it to a Pinecrest South, I suppose it would be, but maybe not as feasible as the dream would have it. I also think, and probably Dr. Locklear could help me with this one, although the core capacity at Pinecrest is around 1,600, and we have 2,100 or so students currently enrolled, a large number of those are off campus at Sandhills doing those very necessary career and technical programs as well as college advancement programs. Am I correct on that?
There are a large number of students who are not on, yes, sir, my apologies. I just assume I'm so loud, everybody can always hear me. There's a large number of students who leave first period don't arrive until after first period because they're taking classes at Sandhills, and also fourth period or fourth block is another time period that students take advantage of classes at Sandhills. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but there are probably several hundred students who do that each year.
Okay, so we don't have the 2,100 actually all on campus at the same time for most purposes.
Not during all 4 blocks, no ma'am.
Okay, all right. All right, any further discussion? All right, we will then proceed to, back to the original motion, which is to authorize the board attorney and superintendent to negotiate with the town of Aberdeen for the purchase of the old Aberdeen Elementary campus.
May the superintendent ask a question before you proceed?
Certainly.
Does a vote against the motion direct the staff to assume that the board has decided to keep the property and that we are to proceed with planning that site as a satellite site?
No.
No, that was not included in the motion.
Okay, so the staff, what the superintendent has sought this evening is direction from the board as to your preference. And so there's a discussion of what you might do and a discussion of what you won't do, but the superintendent, if we're going to be expected to come back with a plan in the future for what to do with a satellite campus, we need specific direction from the majority of the board on that question.
Well, but Dr. Grimacy, I would hope that at one of our business meetings, maybe even the next business meeting, we can talk about that. Mm-hmm. And what I don't really want to put the staff in a box. I mean, you guys have imagination on top of imagination. And you may come back with one of the great alternatives of all time to do with this school. But I think what you can take from this is that we're going to keep it, and that, at least for now, and that we're going to see about doing things like repurposing it and do some things. My suggestion is what I'd like to see, but I know that you and your staff have quite great imaginations, and I'm going to bet that you're going to come up with some great ideas.
Why don't we vote
Mr.
first
Dennison?
and then
Madam
decide?
Chair, if this motion doesn't pass, I would make another motion to do it for the $853,000, just for information.
All right, thank you. All right, let's,
And I'll just note, just to be super clear, so the authority for the pending motion right now on the floor is simply for the attorney and superintendent to go back to the town without a specific counteroffer and just
Correct. To
negotiate
negotiate.
for some higher number with no more specific direction from the board.
correct.
Okay.
All right, let us go ahead and proceed.
I have one other observation, is earlier I said that the two ideas of the two paths are not mutually exclusive. I would also volunteer, because Ms. Carter, you and I sat there and we talked with the people of the town of Aberdeen, and there's certain parts of it that they're interested in, there's certain parts that they're not interested in. But one thing they made clear is they were always interested in the school being there. And, they specifically mentioned a charter school and how one got away and blah, blah, blah. So based upon my understanding, they're interested in the auditorium and the gym, not so much the academic building. So part of the negotiations, if we give the superintendent and the board attorney wide latitude, part of the negotiations could be, okay, you guys buy it, but we're going to use the academic building as a Pinecrest annex. And I think the town of Aberdeen would be overjoyed with that. So going back to Mr. Levy's idea of abundant imagination, I think during the negotiations, if the superintendent talks with the staff and considers those ideas and consider it wise, that could be a negotiation technique, because we don't need the gym, we don't need the auditorium, we don't need the ball fields. I think that the stuff they're interested in, the stuff they're not interested in is the stuff that perhaps Mr. Levy and Mr. Holmes and maybe all of us should be interested in to some degree as overflow.
All right, thank you. All right, shall we proceed to the vote, to the motion? And let's just go ahead and do this by voice vote. Mr. Holmes, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote? Ms. Thompson, how do you
Yes.
vote? Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Dennison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, how do you vote? And the chair also votes yes, so the motion carries 5-2. And so I will convey the message to the town of Aberdeen to expect a negotiation call from the superintendent and the board attorney within the near future to discuss the purchase. All right, now we move on to the next order of business, the disposal of the old Southern Pines Primary School property. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we enter into negotiations with Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust to accept their offer of fair market value of $685,000
And that would be for the total
for
property.
the total purchase of Southern Pines primary property.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. The motion is to enter into negotiation, it would be to authorize the board attorney
Yes.
and superintendent to enter into negotiations with the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust to purchase the entire site at Southern Pines Primary for the appraised value of $865,000. All right, is there discussion? 800, what did I say? 685. Okay, I'm going for more. All right, 685,000. I bet they've just had a stroke.
Madam Chair, may I offer a request?
And Dr. Grimacy has asked to speak.
Yeah, if I could. Mr. Barath, are there any updates for the board to consider before it takes any action on this matter?
I had a few in here.
Madam Chair, with your permission, we sort of skipped Mr. Barath along the way, so if there are any updates or
Okay, the
summaries.
board has already gone through it.
This would include updates from legal counsel that has instructed staff to provide. So, Mr. Barath.
Thank you, and thank you for indulging this. And again, as you mentioned, legal counsel for both entities have worked through the agreement, which is attached under the previous direction for the sale of parcel 1A. All of the issues had been resolved to the satisfaction of both councils. These included elements in there that are similar to those that were placed for the sale of the Southern Pines Elementary School to Moore Montessori. However, it's not ready for approval and execution because of some significant logistical problems that were recently discovered upon review of the site plans when we were trying to get those defined to create the breakout of the parcel 1A. The problem is that a boiler that is located in a building within parcel 1A serves a building outside of parcel 1A. Also, there's a boiler in a building outside of parcel 1A that serves a building inside parcel 1A. Another complication to this is that one is a steam boiler and one is a hot water boiler. This means that there has to be some rerouting to create new pathways so that you're not cross-serving outside of the defined property that would be defined for parcel 1A, and they would need to be adapted and serve the buildings within their respective parcels. Right now, it's not feasible to subdivide the parcel 1A until this issue is resolved. We have had initial consultations with the mechanical engineer on potential solutions. We do need to have some more study before finalizing a plan. Initially, the ballpark estimate for the cost of separating the two systems would be in the range of $160,000 to $180,000. These are costs that neither the board nor the trust anticipated when the board agreed to sell parcel 1A for $300,000 to the trust. On September 9th, after the discussion with the board at the work session about the absence of initial upset bid for the balance of the land, counsel for the land trust submitted a letter indicating that the trust remains willing to purchase the entire site for the fully appraised value of $685,000. So again, at this juncture, the superintendent staff do seek the board's direction how it wishes to proceed with the surplus property. The three options are outlined in the executive summary.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Barath or discussion?
I would just like to note, Madam Chair, that our board had already voted to sell the 1A parcel or to enter into negotiations with land trusts for that particular parcel. And so that's what Mr. Barath commented on that was taking place. And then the remainder was supposed to go to upset bid. And as we know, the two individuals who submitted a bid for those ended up rescinding their offer. And so at this time, I just think with the new information that's come as far as the boilers and the dollar value for having to get that corrected, I think we need to sell the property as is to the land trust. And if we need to define some stipulations, as we did with Moore Montessori, with regard to negotiations, we certainly could do that. But I think that we just need to accept the fair market value offer of $685,000. And as we know, that that property was appraised twice, last being by the local village of Pinehurst. So I just think at this time we just need to move forward.
And it's village appraisers of
Village
Pinehurst, yeah,
appraisers.
that did that. Are there other comments or questions?
Yes.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah, just so that everyone knows that I believe that we should treat both these parcels, both Aberdeen Elementary and Southern Pines Primary, equally. I actually believe that we should keep Southern Pines Primary. But I know, and that could be used, once again, for pre-K and expanding our Pinecrest, by the way, also very close to Pinecrest. That property can be used to lower class size. Quite frankly, I think Mr. Holmes made a great observation, which was also made by Will Rogers, Why? Why are you buying land? Because they ain't making it no more. And that's the reason why we should hold on to the land we have, so that we don't have to go out and start buying land to take care of Pinecrest, so that we don't have to go out buying land for pre-K when that becomes universal. But at this point, it doesn't look like the board is willing to totally preserve these things. So, and if we don't preserve it, then we need to get the maximum amount. So here's what I would do, and I would offer an amendment to the motion. And my amendment would be that we seek the offer of $685,000, I believe it is, for the entire 17 acres as an opening offer for an upset bid process. And allow the upset bid process to go forward, allow the land trust to bid on it, and to take their opening offer. If somebody else wants to bid higher, let them bid higher, and let's see if we can't get some money to help out our students. I got a note from an interested party just a few days ago with regard to some of the conditions, oddly enough, of the bathrooms at one of our schools. That person was complaining that the bathrooms were in disrepair. I haven't inspected them myself, but the bottom line is that there's a lot of repairs that we need to make to our schools, and we need to get the maximum amount possible. So once again, I would move to amend the motion to seek the $685,000 as an opening bid in the upset bid process, and to allow the upset bid process for the entire 17 acres to go forward.
I second it.
Yeah.
And Ms. Thompson would have to agree to the amendment, is that correct?
And you may,
No.
what,
Hold on.
so what I would recommend, because the amendment so changes the substance of the motion, that there be action taken on Ms. Thompson's motion. And then in the alternative, there could certainly be action taken separately with a separate motion, because essentially the motions cannot coexist, correct? Mr. Levy's motion is essentially to abandon moving forward with sale.
Counsel, with all due respect, my motion is not to abandon it. It is to amend the motion, because what she's asking is to go ahead and not negotiate, just, hey, give it to them, $685,000. And I'm saying, well, we can sell it to them for $685,000, but that's just going to be an opening bid. So it is an amendment, and it is germane, and it only, all it really does is say that the $685,000, we're not going to do it as a no-bid contract. And I don't believe in no-bid contracts. So oddly enough, I think I'm kind of supporting her motion, but saying we don't want it as a no-bid contract.
So I would recommend, I think it's absolutely germane, I would recommend that you do it as two separate motions, because I think that's cleaner. But if it's the pleasure of
Right,
the
so-
board to proceed with an amended motion, that's fine.
So we would vote to accept Mr. Levy's amendment to it, which would put us out to upset bid, starting with the land trust offer of $685,000.
The superintendent and board attorney would have authority to go back to the land trust and confirm that their offer constitutes an opening bid for the upset bid process. Then the land trust can indicate that it does or does not. The land trust can make an opening bid at that number or a different number, or anyone else, once the upset bid process is opened, can make that opening offer,
Right.
which would be brought back to the board.
Well,
Correct.
Well, with one minor adjustment, Mr. Levy was very specific, as the $685,000 would be the opening offer. So per Mr. Levy's amendment, there's no latitude for them to bid lower. That becomes the floor,
That's correct.
is my understanding of it.
Right. Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. And for the record, I seconded it. So
Yeah.
I have a couple of discussion points. as everyone here knows, I could talk all night about this, but I'm not going to, right? I mean, there's a million points to be made on this. I am going to make a couple points. The first thing is something that I truly understand. The Southern Pines Land Trust loves their last minute 2 o'clock on the day of board meeting letters. I understand that because there's nothing like a deadline to focus your mind, right? Especially when you're doing a term paper. But anyway, so what I would like to do is I would like to remind all my fellow board members of their fiduciary responsibility. Our job is to represent Moore County is to oversee Moore County schools and represent the Moore County taxpayers, the parents, faculty, and staff. And part of that fiduciary responsibility is ensuring that we get the maximum amount of revenue from the sale of any surplus property. And we've done a pretty good job of that. Southern Pines Elementary, we got above the appraised value. We kept it in education. We ensured it stayed in education forever. The really nice side benefit of the sale of Southern Pines Elementary is once they get up to 800 students, that'll save us $35 million in future school costs, school construction costs. So anyway, I think we've done a very good job of heretofore of doing our fiduciary responsibility to ensure that we get the maximum revenue as we can. And it doesn't mean we can't be sympathetic to special interest groups. It doesn't mean we can't be sympathetic to nonprofits, but that's not our job. Our job is to ensure the maximum revenue so that can be plowed back into fixing toilets and high falls or leaky skylights or whatever, because that's what this money would do. It would go directly back to our schools. So clearly I support Mr. Levy's motion. I would point out a couple other things. Although the Southern Pines Land Trust has offered to pay $685,000, the appraised value, for this property, the fact remains is we did have 2 solicited offers. One for, if I remember, they're in the $950,000 range. So they were 50% more. That's not an insignificant amount of money. Now, Mr. Rath mentioned that the bidders, upon contract to buy the 12 remaining acres, said they weren't interested. So I talked to one of the bidders, and the bidder that I talked to clarified the reason he was out is because it was no longer the 17 acres. Once it became the 12 acres, he was no longer interested because part of his strategy was to buy the whole thing and then donate the 5 acres, as in give away free to a land trust, and then he would get substantial tax benefits from that. So the bidders aren't necessarily, I mean, I can't speak for them, obviously, but the bidders are not necessarily out for the entire 17 acres. They were asked the question, are you interested in bidding in the 12 acres? And then there was this interference and this interest from Southern Pines, trying to get the playground and all this other stuff. They didn't want any part of that. But just based upon a short conversation I have, I suspect they'll be back in for the 17 acres. And then it will allow us as our board, if we pass Mr. Levy's amendment, it will allow us as the board to do our fiduciary responsibility to Moore County schools, the Moore County taxpayers, and then the chips fall where they may. If, Southern Pines Land Trust may get it at $685, it may sell for $2 million.
Are there other comments? I'd like to add, in looking back at the properties, all 4 of the properties that we declared surplus were appraised back in 2019. And when you look at the total appraisal value, it was $3.698 million, which is a nice sum. And that's almost $3.5 million or so that we could plug back into school properties or school capital. And we are well on our way to doing that because we have realized the sale of 2, with hopefully 2 more about to be gone. But if you look back at when the appraisals came in and we saw the appraisals, say for Aberdeen Primary, we knew that price was not going to happen. I think it was $635,000 was the appraised value for Aberdeen Primary. And so, realistically, we were very, very pleased to get the $473,000 that I believe the upset bid ended in. But overall, if we've received over the appraised value for Southern Pines Elementary, slightly under the appraised value for Aberdeen Primary, a little under for Aberdeen Elementary, but we will be right on target at the appraised value for Southern Pines Primary if it goes to the land trust at $685, which means that we are hitting appraised value by less than $86,000. So if you look at those original 2019 appraisals, that's $3,611,100,000. I didn't read that properly, but to the good of our capital needs. I think that it is a very fine sum that we would be bringing in, and it would eliminate the continual and ongoing expenses that we are incurring by simply holding this property. Mr. Barath gave us a report some months ago about the cost of security, maintenance, upkeep of the buildings, the security process with people breaking windows and the need to replace them, as well as moving into winter where we will be forced to run the heat, maintaining the electric bills, those kind of things. So the cost of these buildings, in addition to the legal fees we've already incurred, negotiating with both the Montessori school and the buyers of Aberdeen Primary and the ongoing negotiations with the land trust, have cost us way in excess of that small amount that we might not realize in appraised value. So I think we need to stop and look and realize that, as Mr. Hensley and I think Mr. Levy and I, we all agreed, we are not in the real estate business. We need to get out of the real estate business. And I truly feel that going ahead and negotiating with the land trust for the full purchase of all the property there at Southern Pines Primary at the appraised value would be the best step that we could take in realizing our move out of the real estate business. So take a look at that appraised value based on the original appraisals in 2019.
Just very briefly, Madam Chair, I'm glad you brought up this 3.698, I think you said, million dollars. And seems like a lot of money. But you know, 2 tracks, one at Pinecrest, I think, and one at Northmore. It cost us about $2.4 million, okay? So, and that with a lift station, some sanitary facility, is what we're getting for all of this property, as opposed to, think about it, building a new school. One new school is $32 million. But we have schools, okay? Schools that we could use. But no, we're gonna, you know, I almost feel like we're trading the cow for magic beans, you know? The $3.68 million, a lot of money, but it's not a school, and we have schools, and I'm just so very sorry that we're getting rid of these wonderful schools. That's just my feeling.
Okay, well, just another point again to this one, just like Aberdeen Elementary, you know, we need to go back and look at the reasons we are no longer housing students in these schools to understand what it would take to maintain and continue on and to run them. Mr. Hensley, do you have a comment?
Yeah, first I have an administrative question. I never got an update. Did we close on Aberdeen Primary? Is that like the happy owner has the deed?
Not yet. Their due diligence has not expired yet. They're still under due diligence phase and followed by closing. I don't have the actual date in front of me, but I want to say it's early November.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, I just want to respond to your points if I could. So you made the point that, oh, well, you know, we're close to what the appraised value was. It's close to what we expected with a few $1,000s or whatever you said. Well, that's not quite the comparison to make. The comparison to make is, so let's assume the other 2 bidders were interested and came back in, and their bids were, I'm just going to use $950,000 because I believe that's what the second one was, but let's just for the sake of argument say it's $950,000. Well, the difference between $950,000 and $685,000 is $265,000. And it doesn't matter that we're within, well, gosh, we're within a few $1,000s of what we were expecting. The point is we're leaving over $250,000 sitting on the table by not voting for it to go to upset bid. But I think if it went to upset bid And the interested parties came back in. I believe it's going to sell for 1.4 million, in that range, because it's a simple calculation to do. You calculate how many home sites you could build or whatnot, minus demolition costs. And when you do that math, it comes to 1.4 million. So we're going to be leaving $715,000 on the table. And all we have to do to realize the true market value is to pass Mr. Levy's motion, let it go to upset bid, and let the chips fall where they may.
Madam Chair, call the question.
Is there any further discussion? All right, the motion would be to amend the motion to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to begin, to contact the Southern Pines Land Trust, see if they are interested in allowing the $685,000 offer to become the opening bid in an upset bid process. All right, all those in favor, we'll go ahead and voice vote. Mr. Holmes, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
No.
Aye.
And the board, the chair also votes aye. Oh, I'm sorry, no. What am I voting? I'm voting to return to the original motion, I'm sorry. So the motion fails 4-3. All right, Ms. Thompson, would you like to place your original motion on the table?
I would like to propose that we accept Southern Pines Land Trust offer, $685,000 fair market value, and enter into negotiations.
Is there a second?
So,
Second.
Madam Chair, I request clarification that it's a different motion than you made before, Ms. Thompson. So you cannot say we accept the offer and we go into negotiations. I think it's one or the other, or I think we go into negotiations.
So that we enter into negotiations for the fair market value offer of $685,000.
Okay, we will authorize the superintendent and board attorney to enter negotiations with the land trust. Correct. Okay, and Mr. Dennison was a second?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any further discussion?
I just have the question that always comes up for the board attorney. So going into negotiations, they come back, they got a proposal, they present, and then there's a final vote on it, correct?
Yes, so I would be coming back, we would negotiate with them, come back with the purchase contract that all board members could look at, determine whether those terms are agreeable. Yes.
It just out of an abundance of caution and to set expectations, and so that nobody comes back and thinks they have a legal claim, we go into negotiations, and if for some reason it just doesn't work out, or Miss Carter's having a bad day and she votes against it, then that's it. There's no expectation that we would close the deal.
No, there would be no expectation. You have to approve the terms of the purchase
Okay,
contract.
thank you.
We always
Okay.
have a chance.
All right, any further discussion? All right, we'll just start at the other end. Mr. Hensley, how do you vote?
I vote against Ms. Thompson's, so I vote no.
Mr.
I
Dennison?
vote yea, yes.
Mr. Levy?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes? And the board chair also votes in favor. The motion carries 4-3, and we will proceed to authorize the superintendent and board attorney to enter negotiations with the Southern Pines Land Trust for the purchase of the property. All right, we move on to the last item on our action items, the adherence to the requirements of Senate Bill 654. Let me go ahead and just say, this is an item that would have been on the October work session agenda. We would have revisited again. That was the motion by the board that was approved back in August. The new ruling by the governor has forced us to revisit this in September. So, Dr. Grimacy.
Yes, and we will be voting on it again in October, Madam Chair,
That's
in
right.
accordance with the statute. So for, essentially, this vote is for between now and I believe your next meeting is on October 12th, I believe. So for the next, let's see, whatever number of days, this vote applies to that. And so Dr. Locklear has presented on this previously. I don't believe there's any new information. And if there's any new information, share it. Otherwise, he's available to answer questions, and so am I.
Yes, sir. This was scheduled to be presented at the original business meeting, And this is to stay in strict adherence to the law, that there's a vote each month. So this is to stay strict adherence to the law, that there's a vote on face masking policy by the local governing school board governing body of public school unit each on a monthly basis. So that's what this is. Yes,
So
ma'am.
this, at this time, I'll entertain a motion and then we'll
Madam
go to
Chair?
discussion.
I move that we continue the current practice regarding the requirement of face coverings indoors until we revisit such practice in October.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, the motion by Mr. Dennison and second by Ms. Caldwell to continue the requirement that masks be worn by students and staff within our schools, and that be revisited as required by law in October. The floor is open for discussion.
I do have, since I
Mr.
made the
Dennison.
motion. The problem we have is not with masks. The problem we have is with quarantine and keeping our students in school. I know there's been a lot of talk about Union County schools, so I want to give you some statistics there. Union County Schools has the same goal as we do, to keep as many students in school as possible, except they have a mask optional policy and we have a mask required policy. Since Union County has so many more students, I'm going to use percentages to make my point. Moore County Schools has 12,700 students. Union County has 41,500 students. And this was as the week ending September the 10th, 2021, as reported on the COVID dashboards for both Moore County Schools and Union County Schools. Moore County Schools, 12,700 students, had 1,002 students in quarantine. Union County Schools had 41,500 students. They had 7,381 students in quarantine. Percentage in quarantine during that period, Moore County was 7.9%. Union County was 17.8% of their students. And I have some more comments I would like to make regarding this. If you take your child to a daycare, is the daycare responsible for their care while they are there? If you came to realize the daycare was not unsafe, what would you do? Now, when that child of yours enters kindergarten in a public school, who is directly responsible for their safety? The school, right? And what are your options if the school is unsafe? You can take your child out, put them in a private school, charter school, or homeschool them. These choices exist for many, but not for all. Consider the predicament of a single working parent with a full-time job. Can they quit their job and still pay rent and put food on the table, or work the night shift to homeschool their children during the day? How practical is that? Consider the approximately 5,000 students in Moore County whose families are economically disadvantaged. What about a family of 3 living at the poverty level whose income is a maximum of $21,960 a year? Would private schools be an option for them? Homeschooling? Do we assume they would feel comfortable homeschooling their children? Say you are one of these families and you have 2 school-age children and your family income did not exceed $21,960 a year. What could you do if the public school was unsafe? Let's look at charter schools. Do families living in poverty have a means to get them to and from school each day? Is there a waiting list, and what is their masking policy? Moore County schools are responsible for student safety, all 12,700 of them, including families with no other options. Moore County schools determine a mask policy, but the county health director makes the quarantine decisions. Our objective is to keep students in school for in-person learning. And we know that a mask mandate will help us accomplish that objective better than a mask were optional because of the requirements and quarantine for both. That's it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Hensley, are you?
Do you have something?
Okay, yeah.
I'll defer to Mr. Levy.
Okay. You know, I was listening to a lot of the comments today, and what I really understood from everyone is that this whole masking policy has become so political. And it is not therapeutic. It is not scientific. It is just totally political. A mask optional policy allows people to determine for themselves, for their children, what they're going to do. And sometimes we just have to stand up to the bullies in Raleigh and in Washington. And, you know, there was a man by the name of H.F. Chubb Sewell. And for those of you who are listening to me, you have to be a real old timer in Moore County. You know Chair Carter. H.F. Chubb Sewell was the guy who went on WRAL to do their editorials when Jesse Helms, who was their editorial director at the time, this is before he was senator, Chubb Sewell would go in and do the substitute editorials. Chubb Sewell was from Carthage, and he would always say, and I'm using his accent, I apologize, it's call your next case. And Chubb Sewell had a story, and he was talking, this is the 1960s, he's talking about welfare, but it applies today. What he said was, dealing with these bureaucrats is like dealing in a restaurant with a waitress who says you can get apple pie, peach pie, or applesauce. And he would say, no, wouldn't say applesauce, he'd say appley sauce. And you would say, but the waitress would then say, but you want the applesauce. That's what you want. And the guy says, no, I'll have the apple pie. And he says, no, we're not going to give you the apple pie, but you want the appley sauce, don't you? I said, no, I'll take the peach pie. He says, no, we're not going to give you the peach pie. But you want the appley sauce. So what's going on in Raleigh and what's going on in Washington is this. They're saying to school boards like us, every single month, we have to vote on masking and whether to make masks optional. And we have the freedom to say whether we're going to make masks optional or not. But, oh, by the way, you have that freedom, but we're not, if you make masks optional, we're not going to allow your children to go to school. And we're going to order them to be quarantined. Well, you know, we can just like the little lemmings, we can obey, you know, put on our masks and obey. But that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is to say, no, masks are optional. That's what we need. That's what we need to do. And we also need to say that there will be no contact tracing by employees of Moore County Schools. And if the health department wants to do something about it, well, then I hope all the people will go and march on the county commission. But we will have done our duty. And our duty is to say masks optional and to give our people the freedom that they're asking for. That so many of the people have come here saying, my child can't stand the mask. And I'm going to tell you something. One person who said, you put on your glasses and all of a sudden they fog up with this mask. My glasses are fogging up right now. Is this thing going to prevent the virus? Doubt it. Doubt it's going to prevent one single piece of virus from coming in. But what it is it gives us a false sense of security. We need to step up. We need to take a stand for freedom. We need to take a stand for liberty. We need to vote no on this motion and say at Moore County Schools, let the parents decide. Masks are optional. And oh, by the way, we're only going to exclude children who are sick from school. Everybody else, come to school if you're not sick. And we're going to get some real face-to-face education. So I will vote no.
All right, Mr. Hensley, do you have comments?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
Listen to public comment. What really got me was listening and watching that little child holler and scream. And think about the mental ramifications of what that child just went through. Now, granted, yeah, he's probably won't remember whenever he gets older, but what if he does? That will always be with him, okay? let's see. Oh, I think Mr. Dennison had made mention that children will leave public school. Was that right? Well, they already are leaving because of these masks. We get emails all the time that these masks are no good. You can see my mouth with my mask, okay? But I'm in compliance. So with that being said, we need to make these masks optional. That's all.
Mr. Hensley, do you want to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a couple observations. The first is, and a speaker pointed this out, is, and this is just kind of a warning to us on the board, is we need to be prepared for a vaccine mandate. Because if you think that this mask, no mask debate, discussion is intense, wait until a mandate for vaccines comes down for, 12-year-olds or any student. So I just mentally prepare yourself because, as one speaker pointed out, that's coming. I have two issues. One is I have serious concerns about the quarantine, and we covered quarantining back in August, the procedures and all. But and we've talked about some of this in open session. I'm not going to revisit all of that, but the one thing that's jumped out at me in the last couple of days, and I was told earlier today that the health department is actually the people doing the quarantining. I was told that the Moore County Health Department is actually sending out the quarantine orders for students. Is that correct? And then, and that's good. That's their role. We should not be quarantining because we're not legally empowered to do that. But one parent stood up here and said that, and this parent could have been wrong, or they may have misspoke, but they stated that they're not receiving quarantine orders from the Moore County Health Department. That person could be wrong, but that's something we need to look into. The second observation I would make, and Dr. Grimacy, I shared this with you a month or so ago, and you forwarded on to the Science Consortium or whatever, that, look, no system that recognizes vaccines but does not any system which recognizes vaccines but does not recognize natural immunity is not correct and should be rejected. And that's not me talking, that's the National Institute of Health talking. That's that document that I shared. So I do want to make an amendment to Mr. Dennison's motion. And here's the amendment, and then I've got a couple points to make. I move to amend the motion by requiring the superintendent to explore shifting contact tracing from Moore County Schools to the Moore County Health Department. I'll say that again. I move to amend Mr. Dennison's motion by requiring the superintendent to explore shifting contract tracing to the Moore County Health Department and report back to us at the next work session.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I have discussion on that. And the reason I feel this way is Moore County Schools should not be in the contract tracing business. I talked to someone at another school board that, they have principals and teachers reviewing videotapes to see what other students this student has come in contact with. That's not a good use of our administrators and educators' time. They should be educating and administering. I've gotten a report. I've got concerns about the techniques that are being used for contact tracing. We all get contacted by citizens and parents. A couple people have mentioned, they felt that their child was interrogated by the school nurse. Well, so we're not trained to do contact tracing. Educators are not trained to do contact tracing, nor is it their proper role. It's like in business, you would never have salespeople call an account to collect it because that's not the role of a salesperson, and a salesperson has a certain relationship with the customer, just like an educator has a certain relationship with a child. And I'm not sure that contact tracing is congruent with that relationship. And in conclusion, I would just say that our teachers should be teaching, not doing contact tracing.
Any other comments?
So is that
This will
with-
be on the motion, on the amendment. And let me just restate that amendment to make sure I have it correctly. To authorize the superintendent to explore the possibility of moving contact tracing out of Moore County Schools and to the Moore County Health Department. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is, so are we voting
We
on
would
that
vote on the amendment
separately?
first,
So,
yes.
so just as,
He'll talk, he'll talk to the health department.
yeah, as I understand it, right, so the net result would be, Ms. Thompson, is that Mr. Dennison's motion would stand that the policy remains the same until the originally scheduled October timeframe.
Okay.
But with the added requirement that Moore County Schools,
Okay.
the superintendent talks with the health department. Look,
Okay.
there may be practical reasons why this isn't possible, but we need to have that conversation, because again, it's not one of our enumerated powers, it's not a core competency. And, if the health department wants contact tracing, great, let them do contact tracing. Here's,
I just have a question. Who is responsible for doing, who's statutorily responsible for doing the contract tracing?
So I think there are policies promulgated by the local health department and at the state level that stem from the local and statewide authority to issue quarantine and isolation orders. I can research further the exact delegation of that authority and specifically the extent to which the local health department can require the school district to take on any component of that. And that
Okay.
can be something that I bring back to Dr. Grimacy and he shares with the board.
Okay, I just want to, and I have another one too. We don't have to amend David's amendment, but I think we need to talk to the health department. When you talk to them about this, talk to the health department. There have to be different scenarios where the quarantine shouldn't be the same for everybody. If somebody has been vaccinated or whatever, and they exposed in their quarantine, in certain cases, if somebody is asymptomatic after a certain number of days, it should take, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days or whatever. But there should be different scenarios where we can get our kids back in school faster. And I don't know what they would be, but I'm sure there are plenty of options.
As a
That's
matter,
not part of the amendment, though. That was just a comment.
Dr. Grimacy wanted to elaborate on that.
Madam Chair, we have a frequently asked questions feature on our website where a number of these questions are addressed. Doesn't mean that they're convincing, but they're addressed. But I think that the amendment is reasonable. And there's 2 ways by which we can bring back information to the board at its October 4th work session. One is legal counsel's detailed clarification of, what exactly is expected and what isn't. And then second of all, Dr. Powers is on the phone every single day, a lot, with the health department. And then there's a formal meeting every week. So there's a mechanism by which this conversation can be had. This is not a big ask on the part of the school board, and I'm glad to recommend the approval of the amendment.
Yeah, I do too, because I think, I know what the questions and answers we have on this website are what it is right now, but that doesn't mean the health director couldn't do something different.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get into a lot, the details we can provide to the board on October 4th, but I'm very comfortable approving the amendment, and I do think there needs to be accountability. That's the reason why this board approved, upon my recommendation in August, that we proceed before the General Assembly acted. This board chose to review this policy every month. We were going to do that anyhow, before the General Assembly mandated it. So, and that was the reason I felt that was an accountability feature for my staff and I, that we not just get comfortable with it, that we be held accountable every month to justify that with recommendation.
All right. Other questions or comments from those who haven't spoken yet? Ms. Thompson, you do have something you
No,
want to say?
Mr. Hensley clarified my question that I had about his added
Right.
statements.
Anyone else over this way? All right, Mr. Levy.
yeah, I guess I'll vote yes on the amendment because it makes the motion better, but I'm going to vote no on the motion. Because in essence, the motion says, keep the mask on. And not a day longer, we have to stand up and we have to say that this needs to be optional. It needs to be optional for our kids and for our schools And we have to, just like H.F. Chubb Sewell, we've got to say, sometimes government, we're not going to play your game. We're going to say mask optional, call your next case, which is a phrase what Chubb Sewell used to use.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and call the question. Let's proceed to vote on the amendment to the motion, which that amendment would be to authorize the superintendent to explore the possibility of moving contact tracing out of Moore County Schools and to the Moore County Health Department. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, now we will proceed to the actual motion, which is, yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Dennison?
Well, I was just going to make a couple more comments on the actual
ahead.
motion. Say, the mask thing, whether they work or don't is not part of my thinking about this. I'm thinking about how many kids we can keep in school for one-on-one learning. I think we can talk to the health department and make some changes so that it improves. But the thing that concerns me most, and by the way, I've heard as many parents say they want their kids to wear masks as don't wear masks.
Where are they? They're not here. They're not here.
They're all over the county.
Excuse me.
Come on.
This is not a debate at this point. Mr.
Just
Dennison,
take my word for
continue.
it. But the point is, I do not want to put a mother or a family who can't afford or has no options that feels very strongly about their kids should be wearing, all kids should be wearing masks so their kids don't get sick. I don't want to put them in a position of having to have their children think he think their children are not safe, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it.
But you're putting us in that position. Oh, now
Sir.
you get to talk. You're putting us in that position.
Sir, we are continuing with a business meeting. I would ask that you refrain from comment. All right, shall we proceed to the question?
Division, please.
A division of the House? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just have one more comment on the underlying motion. I just want to clarify that up until yesterday, I wanted us to get out of the quarantine business and adopt the Union County model. But it turns out that the Department of Health and Human Services modified the toolkit so that the Union County option is no longer a viable legal option. And I think that the Moore County Health Department is wrong on the quarantine. So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with Mr. Dennison is why we're, in those weekly meetings, Dr. Grimacy, we really need to push them. Hey, 10 days, 5 days, what about negative tests? I've gotten all kinds of calls from parents and we've all gotten them, calls, emails, and some of the stories are just horrible. I won't go into details, but it's just, we have got to have a common sense approach to quarantining because we have, all of our goals is to keep our children and our students in schools. And, the health department needs to take a harder look at their policies and they need to advocate for us to, look, been in the military, most people that, they get direction, they just turn around and this and that. They need to be advocating for us to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, not just taking whatever the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services says and then just turn around and saying, do this. And when we say why, well, they told us to. Well, no, you go back and you tell them why we shouldn't have to do that. So we need to make sure that they're and they may be doing it, but they need to be advocating for us and our needs and maybe unilateral changing some of their policies. So that's my only comment.
Well
Thank you.
Mr. Levy.
Yeah, just one second. Never let anybody think that Mr. Hensley and I or whatever always think alike, because on this one we don't. I've got to tell you, I think if you ask the health department, they're going to say the CDC says this, Washington says that, Governor Cooper says this, Mandy Cohen says that, and we're going to get the same thing. We need to make this optional. We need to vote no.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. All right, so the motion is to continue the requirement of face coverings until the board revisits this practice at its, will it be at the work
In
session or?
October.
In October.
But we won't be fighting on
And to authorize the superintendent to explore the possibility of moving contact tracing out of Moore County Schools and over to the Moore County Health Department. Mr. Hensley, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Dennison?
Yes.
Mr. Levy?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell? Mr. Holmes?
No.
And the chair votes yes. The motion carries 4-3. We now move on to the superintendent's remarks.
No additional remarks, Madam Chair.
All right, then we are ready for board comment. Mr. Hensley, do you want to start off?
Sure. So I want to thank the members of the public for attending and commenting during this school board meeting. I took down several action items as I saw the superintendent take down action items as well. It goes without saying that we do not have a monopoly on good ideas, and a lot of good ideas come from the public, and so keep them coming. Also, we can't fix things if we don't know about it. So the public comment period is very important, so I appreciate everyone, whether you agree with my positions on things or not, it doesn't matter. Thank you for participating. I want to say I especially appreciate those people who discussed education, especially people who brought up uncomfortable facts and uncomfortable truths, such as, and I'm not making any, these were just some things that were thrown out. 50% not proficient in reading. I think it was 8th graders. System-wide, I believe. 7% of certain minority groups not proficient. 7% not proficient. That is an uncomfortable truth, and that is something that people don't want to face. But the first step in fixing things is having an honest conversation and an honest assessment of where you're at. So anyway, everyone who participated in tonight's meeting in any capacity, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison?
Yes, ma'am. I want to make some comments on the proficiency comments. This is information from the North Carolina, and this information is going to be for the measurement of all courses and all students. They're pages but anyway, the state has come up with a number for all subjects and all students, one number for the school to indicate how well they're doing. In 1819, the number one district in the state for the above level 3 was 75.5%.
Excuse me.
1819.
Let me clarify that. Academic year 2018, 2019.
Right, 2018.
Not the year 1819.
No. 2018, 2019.
I was wondering about that.
I had to glance over, I'm like, 1819.
It's been a long afternoon.
It was a very good year. Mr. Levy and Mr. Dennison remember it well.
Well, I remember I was with Abe Lincoln, and about 50 years later, we were going to the theater, but I didn't have the proper ticket.
Okay, but the number one district in the state was Chapel Hill, Carborough, and their number was 75.5. In 1819, Moore County Schools was number 36 in the state. Our number was 61.1, which was 14.4 below number 1. In the past year, school year 2021, the number one district in the state was Union County, and their rate or score was 63. Now remember, the year before, 2 years before, it was 75.5, but it was 63 because of the COVID thing. Moore County Schools, however, rate was 51.9. Ours went down, but we moved up in the top 36 counties in the state. We moved from number 36 to number 20 with the 63. So we made better progress during the pandemic than most of the other schools did. The state of North Carolina, by the way, for 1819 was 51.8, and last year it was 45.4. The lowest percentage drop from 2018-19 to 2021. That's mean how much they lost in their proficiency. Haywood County Schools had the smallest drop of 8.2%. Moore County Schools had the fifth smallest drop of 9.2%. For Moore County Schools, 2018-19, West End Elementary was number one at 82.2.
Mr. Dennison, hold on, please. Let's have a motion to adjourn. Excuse me, Ms. Thomas, a motion to adjourn? Yep. The motion has been made to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries.